A reminder, tomorrow starting at noon, got the Broncos-Bills pregame show, playoff style, with Andy and Mike Sanford. Live at number 38, taking you right up to kickoff. Stop by, grab a dew and a brew.
Boys, sorry.
What's that?
Sorry. Finish your read.
Okay.
Finish your read.
And get a dew and a brew and watch the game with Andy. See you at number 38 in Rhino tomorrow. And this is one where we'll all be jumping on at one point or another, I think. Or no? Okay. Tyler, you jumping on?
At some point, I am going to the game, and I got an appearance at the game at 12:15. So I'm not sure when that fits into the schedule.
Well, I mean, I guess at some point, can you call in from the appearance, or are you kind of tied up?
I'm not real sure, but I would be happy to jump on if that is a possibility.
Dan Tanner was going to roam the parking lots with tailgaters to get a vibe. Are you still going through with that, Dan Tanner?
Absolutely.
All right, so that's Dan going to do that, and
so Dan's gonna, we're in Buffalo. We got, as we mentioned, the bowling ball shooters and the table smashers.
Yeah,
Dan's gonna go the most intriguing bong from the parking lot.
Yeah, he'd be on Bong Patrol.
Yeah. Bong Patrol.
So you've heard of Dawn Patrol? Well, Dan is Bong Patrol.
It's gonna be very easy to find one.
Yeah,
found this one, fellas. It's a large glass tube, the length of a snow ski packed in ice with the pipe in the middle and two corners so you could
Yeah, that'd be the Rosignol Bong. It's a famous one that was born on the slopes of the A-Basin parking lot. So Dan, if you can figure that one out. But who better to review playoff, sort of partying like Dan Tanner. So
all I can think of, though, is Dan was going to do that. We're going to check in with Dan Tanner just a little bit, roaming the parking lot. Dun, 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 dun. I was going to be on the pregame, but then I got I was going to call in to Mike and Andy, but then I got high.
Keep going, Scott.
Dun, dun, dun. I don't know where my shoe is. My, oh, my. What?
Because
I got high.
Because I got high.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different sort of tailgate thing here in Colorado.
David Adelman's high. Today's the first day that I've ever been disappointed in David Adelman.
Whoa, what's going on?
Just wanted to get that out there. David Adelman has not figured out loyalty
what do you mean?
To the city just yet. I sent it to the group text, Dan, see how quick you could rip that audio for me. Today was the first day. First day.
Details?
David Adelman is a big Bills fan. Okay. David Adelman said that this is a win-win situation for him, and if the Bills win, he will be very excited.
How did David Adelman become a Bills fan?
David, what are you doing, man? You can't say that out loud. Like, you can feel that internally. You can't say that as a head coach of a team here in Denver. You can't say you'll be excited if the Denver Broncos lose. You can't do that.
Didn't he go to school in Portland, Oregon?
Well, hold on. Here's what he says. That team was fun to play Madden with. The team was on at 10 a.m. on the West Coast. That's my team. I was there when Josh Allen was not there. I went to Lambeau and saw them lose 41-3.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a win-win for me. If the Bills win, I'll be very excited. The Broncos win. It's good for the city.
Can't say it. Can't do that.
Wow, he's really not rooting for the Broncos.
Nope, can't do that, David.
Man.
I'm actually being serious. You can't do it. We make fun of athletes all the time for wearing a hat of some other city in a different sport, right? But if you're a head coach in Denver, you can't be rooting against the Broncos.
Malone was a Steelers fan. So was George Karl.
Well, fortunately for Malone, we didn't play the Steelers in the playoffs.
We did when I think George was here. We had him in the postseason.
What, George? All right. Was George actively rooting against the Broncos?
He was a Steelers fan.
All right. Well, that's
Dan's got the audio, by the way.
That's a tough one.
But don't you have a 20-year? Didn't you say if you've been here, or is that Vic? Is it you or Vic that says if you've been here 20 years, you've got to be all in the community?
I think if you've been in a community for 20 minutes, you should be all in the community.
If you are a head coach in Denver, you are all in the community.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one. I mean, if you move someplace, develop roots quickly.
What are you talking about?
20 years.
You represent this state now. You are one of the 2 or 3 biggest representatives in the entire state.
What is today? I can't wait to Laker Tuesday. You could say that to him.
I will.
I suppose.
And I'm going to tell him that he's dead to me.
Well,
That's what Scott would do.
we'll see if he's happy
Scott
or
would
not.
tell him, you're dead to me.
You're dead
So
to
I'm
me.
going to be like Scott.
Who was that? Who was the dead to me guy?
It was
Tim Conley.
Tim
Still
Conley.
dead to
Tim
me.
Conley. Right.
He
right,
took the money
right.
and run. Hey, take the money and run's dead to me, too.
Right. Doesn't it come with a caveat?
Hey, take the money. Rome's taking shots at us on Twitter today. You see that?
I did not.
No, I
Yeah.
What's his
Yeah.
What's his beef?
And I don't want to, I'm not getting him. Nope. I'm not
Well,
bringing it up.
you can't say it and not. What's his problem?
He's taking credit for a segment that we utilized today. That he was a
Right,
part
no
of the
dumb
show.
question.
Yep, there you go.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, he was on it when we started it.
Yeah, congratulations on being a part of the
He
show
was-
before you
hey,
left.
all we had to do was switch a Dover for a DMac. D still stands the same.
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, he can have it back if he wants it. I mean, if that's that big of a deal. I mean, I'm surprised he can even see us from the hole they're in right now. I saw the ratings.
Oh,
Let that get back to you, my friend. Kill you with some of that truth.
I was being playful, just for the record.
Okay, I'm not. Suck it.
I
know what the real numbers are.
I actually do like take the money and run.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good.
I do too.
They do keep score of things, and they do have numbers on things. And I'll just see now you got me
Wow,
going.
you see,
what you
but
did,
now
Tyler?
you're doing
You can't
what they.
just have fun.
This is what we give them grief for doing. You're doing the same thing that they did.
I'll leave it alone.
That's what
Because he
you can't
started
do
it.
that.
I didn't start anything. Tyler brought it
No,
up.
you started
I was-
it when you was over there. You was doing this when you was over there.
No, I didn't have to do this when I was over there.
You just did what we made fun of them for doing. I'm just saying.
Hey, on another note,
And Adelman's dead to me.
Adelman's dead to you. Godley's dead to Scott. Dover,
You can't say it's a win-win for me. If the Bills win, I'll be very excited.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I agree. I don't understand the whole I'm going to hold on to my hometown team that I came from.
Hold on.
I've never really understood that.
Look out your windows right there. There's a guy that's got a department title in front of his name wearing some Buffalo gear, ain't he?
Oh, Rob.
Yeah, how
Different.
long has he been here?
Hold
Should we
on. Scott, how many people in the state of Colorado know Rob's full name?
Oh, well, I can name 4.
Okay. How many people in the state of Colorado know exactly who David Adelman is?
Well, I can name 19,000 tomorrow night.
Okay. Are you tracking me yet?
No, but you got to be consistent, dog.
No.
Can't be,
No. This
you're
is
being
consistent.
elitist if you're just picking on the
No.
rich.
I'm saying if you are a representative of the state, then you got to be all in on the state.
Oh, I disagree.
You would crush anybody other than Adelman on this.
No.
Yes,
no.
you
well,
would.
I do like David. I'll admit
So
my
do
bias on
I.
that.
I
do
like David too.
But I have no problem with people that stick to their loyalties and go for it.
No,
Dude,
I think it's dopey.
I was a Chiefs fan on the radio just when I first started talk radio. For the first 3 years I did talk radio, I was a Chiefs guy, and then all of a sudden they went and hired me, and I said, "Oop, I got to change affiliation." And the funny thing is when I stopped doing the Broncos games, I said, "I'm gonna go back to Chiefs." And I went, "Oh, I can't. It just felt wrong and dirty." And now I'm all in on the Broncos.
Yeah, but see, you were smart enough to change your allegiance because you knew where your employment was.
Well, but you got to give him time. He's only been head coach 1 year. We'll see.
1 year? He's been here for like a decade.
I said head coach.
It's different.
Why didn't we ever ask the assistant coaches?
I don't know. Got me because we don't care.
No one talks to. That's right. Because no one cares.
All right. Rob Trujillo is on our biggest Bills. I mean, Rob is the president of the Denver Bills, and we love Rob, of course. Are you having a difficult week here this week, Rob? Or are you good?
No, I mean, it's been busy, but it's next week that's going to be difficult no matter which way it goes, because either I'm going to have to listen to you guys talk or you're all going to be all depressed and sad. So.
You know, the crazy thing about Rob is that you really barely lived in Buffalo. Seriously. You were only there for your very, very young childhood years.
Yeah. And then I lived in Colorado most of my life, but, you stick with your
So right
team,
there,
loyalty.
Tyler, right? He's got a vice president in front of his title right there. Come on, man. That's responsibility.
Rob is a citizen of the state, not a representative of the state.
He's a vice president. He's a representative of this radio group.
Respectfully, nobody knows who Rob is when he goes out in public.
Wow.
Very true.
Well, okay.
Nobody knows who I am when I'm on the radio with you guys.
Well, what's your vibe on this game there, Rob? Rob is the president of the Denver Bills Club, which is it's a pretty cool club. We both hosted events where they were out.
They're good people. I had fun going to the watch party. They're legitimately a good, fun group.
They're wearing their gear. They got a DJ playing, shout if they score a touchdown or something. They're bouncing around. They're giving away Buffalo gear, and they have Denver Bills logos. It's all like that.
And listen, I know there's a lot of good-natured sports hate going on right now, but we've raised almost $20,000 for local Denver charities.
There you go.
In our first 2 years. So that's what we're about. But, go ahead.
You have no conflict. You're just purely rooting for the Bills. That's it. The end. Despite the fact you've been here for 30 of your 37 years or whatever it is, Am I right about that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that if I was a trader and switched to being a Bronco fan, that would be more grounds to make fun of me than like, hey, you were loyal and stuck with your team. What a loser. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, of course, I'm a Bills fan.
You guys want to say anything else, Rob?
I'm the only one to hear the sports, Rob, but then again, I'm the kindest one in the station to you, so
I got Rob's back. I like little Rob.
Little Rob? Yeah, well, of course. I mean,
definitely not Little Rob, but okay. But I appreciate you both. I love you both.
Well, what he's saying, he's compared to the other Rob, you're Little Rob.
As Sean would say, relative to the situation, you're Little Rob.
Yeah, relative to the situation.
All right, so what's your prediction?
I want to know, have you guys given DMac a hard time? Because he's the guy who is like a half Bills fan.
Yeah, that's a good question.
When it's convenient, and then now, obviously, he's all Broncos.
Yeah, see, the only thing that DMac's doing well right now is he's not publicly pulling an Adelman, even though internally he's saying the same thing. He is in a win-win situation right now. If the Bills win, he's going to be happy. If the Broncos win, he'll act like he's happy. The only thing he's doing right is he's not vocalizing that.
Well,
that's smart.
Is there a question there, or is that just a statement?
Yeah. No one knows who DMac is.
I get you.
You don't know who I am?
Yeah, they don't know who he is, just like
Really?
Rob. I mean, he's just a guy on the radio. I mean,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, that's true. I'm not going to say you're not wrong about that. I don't matter. That's for sure. But 27 years. I'm a Broncos fan, but I do root for the Bills after the Broncos. That is absolutely true. And if the Bills do win, no lie, I'll be pulling for the Bills as hard as I possibly can. I'll still have interest in the NFL playoffs. It won't feel like it's over to me if that happens.
Can the Buffalo Bills go into Houston?
Yes, of course they can.
And win?
Yeah, they can win the Super Bowl this year, Scott. That's the conundrum. That's the problem with who the Broncos are facing. They're facing a team who absolutely is good enough to win the Super Bowl. No doubt about it.
I don't know if anybody could beat anybody from the NFC, though. That's all.
Rob?
I don't know about that.
Let me just ask you guys this, because there's been a lot of talk about Allen, especially last week, and how he's got to get it done this year because the other three big names aren't in the playoffs. Don't you feel more like that for Bo Nix? Like, when are you going to have a year again where he only has to play one of those four guys to get to the Super Bowl?
The next year, the Broncos are better set for next year than they are this year. They'll have more room in the salary cap. Bo Nix will keep growing. He's only like 25 years old. Next year should be the year. The Broncos are a year ahead of schedule.
If all four of those guys are back in the playoffs next year, though, you're telling me that you think he can get through all four of them?
Yes. I am. I'm saying the Broncos should be I think the Broncos should be the favorite to win the Super Bowl next year. Not just compete in the playoffs, but win the Super Bowl. They'll have
to me, he's only got to get through one of those guys this year, and it's Josh Allen with a depleted roster. So I feel some urgency for the Broncos this year.
Keep talking. You're into it.
Hold on.
Keep talking. You got a freshman hoping she gets invited to the prom. That's what the Broncos are.
Okay, that's not bad. I get that too, Scott, but I also get the urgency thing that the Rob's talking about. I mean, listen, we could go the rest of Bo Nix's career and never get a number one seed. Look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen has never had a number one seed. We can literally go the rest of his career and not have the opportunity that you have right now with the bye week, with the home field advantage, all those sorts of things. That is urgency. When you get something like that, you have to capitalize on it.
And you guys did in 2015. I mean, that's what that was all about. I was at that AFC Championship game. It mattered that it was in Denver. You know what I mean? And so you have that opportunity here.
All right, Rob. What's your
that is big. All right, give us if Buffalo is the winner Monday when you walk in here, what did Buffalo do to win, and give us what will have the Broncos done if they win?
The Broncos will have. I think it's important that they establish the run. I don't think they have to stick with the run, but we're bad. The Bills are bad against the run. So if you establish the run, it lets you take some deep shots. We're weak at the safety position. Jordan Poyer's out. So, run the ball and then take some shots over the top play action. If the Bills win, it's going to be Josh Allen throwing to backs and tight ends. I mean, it's not a secret. Everybody knows that's how you beat that Bronco defense is you throw to the tight ends, you throw to the backs, you run the football. I heard a couple guys on the station daring Josh Allen to beat them. If you guys want to drag it into a fourth quarter game, I mean, you saw what happened in Jacksonville last week. I just don't know that that's the world that you want to get into. So, I think if you're betting on Bo Nix to outgun Josh Allen, I don't know that I would get there.
And, fourth quarter Bo does have 10 touchdowns this year, though, Rob.
I think 6 comeback wins and the most of anybody in the playoffs.
Hey, I was setting you up. It was there for you. You were supposed to say, yep, and Josh Allen's got 18 fourth quarter touchdowns.
Listen, I'm not a big, smack talker. If you want to get into that fight with Josh Allen, I think everybody at the Denver Bills backers bar would be very happy if that's what the game came.
Where are you watching the game?
Stoney's Uptown. That's where we meet every week. We got a little welcome party tonight. It's going to be a good time.
So you didn't want to shell out a couple bucks to go to the game, even though your team's here? You didn't want to be there?
Listen, I work at the same building that you do and make, how much they pay. Let's put it down.
Fair enough. All right. What's your prediction? Give us a score.
I haven't done a prediction yet. I'm going to say you're going to hate it. 28-17 Bills.
All right. Okay, Rob. All right. We love you, little Rob. We'll talk to you later.
Listen, fellas, I love you. Appreciate you for having me on.
Okay.
You're the best, Rob.
There's Rob.
Yep.
That is funny because he was
Those fans really are kind of harmless, except for you. And Adelman. Adelman's not harmless anymore to me.
Except for me.
They really are harmless.
They're cool. They're awesome people.
They're nice, goofy bunch.
They're nice East Coast country folk.
Oh, yeah. I'm not. Bills fans are great. Their fan base is amazing. They're good people, man. They're really good people. They're salt of the earth, awesome people. And I think everybody who's just an NFL fan can appreciate what Bills fans have been through and would really love to see them win a Super Bowl. Just not this year, my man. Not this year. And it might be a while. Because guess what? The Broncos aren't going anywhere. They're going nowhere. The best is still to come for the Denver Broncos, which is pretty awesome. No dumb questions if we can figure it out.
How did Detroit do after they lost a coordinator this year?
They went crapola. Do you think that's a key to keep Joe Lombardi here? You think that's we got to make sure we lock down Joe Lombardi?
No, but your defensive coordinator, I think you probably want to keep around.
Well, I'm sure they will keep VJ around here. Do you think next year's success hangs on VJ?
You know what could suck, though? If you lose VJ and Jim Leonard. That would suck.
Oh, I don't think you're going to lose both of them, do you?
You might.
Jim Leonard getting a head coaching job?
No.
Well, then he's going to be a nicely paid defense coordinator here for the Denver Broncos. You hearing something different?
You better offer him that.
Okay. I think they will. I think he's like Sean Payton's guy.
I think he's going to have options is my point.
Okay. Well, I think he will too. I just think Sean will do what it takes to keep him around here. I think that's probably been well thought out. But, hey, we'll see. All right, no dumb questions coming up next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The new year is here, and improving your health may be one of your big resolutions. But when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, you don't see that progress in the gym, staying committed can be rough. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help with that resolution because those symptoms are often the signs of low testosterone. Guys in their mid to early 30s start losing 2 to 3% of that every year. It gets on you. It gets on you a lot. So if you're feeling maybe bummed out, depressed, less productivity there at the gym, just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes, and you go from there. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review those results and talk about the options. It's $99. You get the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Most men wait a year or longer. Don't wait. Don't go another year with low T. 5 locations serve you, so hit them up today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, I mean, that's all right. I was about 7 or 8 years old. Jim Kelly, K-Gun, Thurman Thomas, Daryl Talley, Bruce Smith. We could go on and on. Mark Kelso. That team was fun to play Madden with. That team was on at 10 a.m. on the West Coast. So that was my team, and that's been my team through the losing seasons and all the things. So people can say whatever they want. I was there when Josh Allen was not there. I went to Lambeau and saw them lose 41-3. I've seen it all. So yeah, I'm a fan. They got 20 people out for this game tomorrow. It's a win-win for me. If the Bills win, I'll be very excited. If the Broncos win, it's good for the town, good for the city. It should be a really good matchup.
Did he say I'm going to have 20 people out for the game? That was David Adelman talking about his
That's
love.
David Dead to Me Adelman.
Holy cow, man.
That right there sounds like Rob ought to get a hold of Portland Bills Northwest.
No
or something
kidding.
Like that, or South, what is it, Northwest? Yeah.
Did he really say I got 20 people coming out for the game?
Is that what he said?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can go back to just that part because there is a Nuggets game,
Well, you said there's going to be double dipperoos going on.
Oh, no doubt about it. We'll see plenty of.
How many Darren and Tyler Mike condom colors are going to be in that Nuggets game tomorrow?
That's a good question. Like Bills fans that will go to the Nuggets game, probably not that many.
You guys are representing with your little.
I know our mic covers are
representing the Bills right there.
That is true.
Wow.
That is.
I thought it was Cherry Creek High School, but that's a good point.
I thought mine was Nebraska.
Wow.
Sorry.
DMac Dead to Me.
How about Nebraska's basketball team? No dumb question.
Are they doing all right?
Nebraska's basketball team, they're like 19-0 or something like that. 18-0, they're like killing people.
Well, good for them.
Fred Hoiberg, the mayor, is now coaching Nebraska.
Okay. Cool.
All right, got no dumb question.
Good for you.
Is this the perfect saying? I just after having Rob on and having Darren's new best friend from Buffalo on earlier in the show,
He was something fantastic, wasn't he?
Is this would this be a good, things to ponder, things to think about type saying I just read? Ready? Every dead body on Mount Everest was once a highly motivated person, so maybe calm down a little bit.
Wow. Holy cow. That'll keep you in check.
The lazy man stays alive? Is that what you're telling us, Scott?
Man, yeah.
Well, I guess you don't get stuck up there for eternity.
The path of least resistance.
Every dead body on Mount Everest was once highly motivated.
Sure, that's something.
So maybe calm down.
That's something that screams, just stay on your couch. Don't go outside.
That's pretty good.
So that's Rob's mantra is why he's not going to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why? So is your ultimate thing, why bother?
I'll never go to another, I don't think. I'm highly unlikely I'll ever go to another big Broncos game.
Well, why?
Because the last one, the last two I went to, I dang near got in a fight.
What?
And now I was drinking back then too.
All right.
Someone told me this. He goes, Scott, all your good stories start with when I was drinking.
Right.
Yeah. So the last two times I went, I almost got in a fight. So I'm.
Do you remember why you almost got in a fight?
I'll tell you this.
We're playing New England and they got a-hole fans. That's why.
I like your chances. If you're getting in a fight, I like your chances.
I hope I don't get in a fight this weekend. This will be my second game I've gone to this year. Went to the Giants game.
How many fights happen in luxury boxes?
I was in a luxury box for both. Yeah.
Yeah.
First one was alumni weekend.
A lot of fights breaking out there.
I've yet to use money to go to a Broncos game.
So you got another free ticket this weekend.
Well, I got to work for it a little bit. I got to do an appearance.
Yeah.
Well, Shannon Sharp's banging the drum, so you might
He
be.
is?
Will you be in the suite with Shannon?
No, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to jump off of the club level onto a table to break it down on the field,
Nice.
just to prove that I do it.
Nice. Any other no dumb questions? You guys got anything? I got a couple on the text line.
No,
here,
but I do feel relieved that I don't think I'm going to die in Everest. I got no plans of doing that. So
you're not that motivated?
No.
I mean, it's a metaphor for why be motivated to do anything, I suppose.
Yeah.
Why take any chances? Why take any risks? It was funny to hear Sean Payton talk about getting older, by the way, yesterday. About how, I gotta be around young people. Like, his analytics guy is a younger dude that he really likes.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. What?
That's actually a good no dumb question. Like, how many I don't know what you want to define as older head coaches are still play callers in the NFL?
That is a good question.
Like all the head coaches that are play callers are all young for the most part. Sean Payton, is he the oldest play caller in the NFL?
God, that is a really good question. Is Andy Reid calling the plays?
Yeah, basically.
I mean,
yeah.
Andy might have him, right? Geez, who else? It's funny because his press conferences, sometimes it's just like, oh my God, Sean, spit it out. I mean, do you think he sometimes struggles with that?
Yeah.
We've kind of hashed that about,
Yeah, I mean, you look at the shaky hands, you look at all of it. I mean, the shaky hands are a real deal. I noticed that in week 1, and then it's become a deal, but that play sheet is shaking like this, and the fine print on there, I don't even know how he's reading it.
Well, he got glasses, literally. He was embarrassed because he called the wrong play a couple years ago because he couldn't see it. He talked about that.
So there's Andy Reid at 67.
Okay.
Sean Payton. How old, Sean?
I think he's 62 going on 63.
Yeah,
I don't
mid-60s.
I don't think he's quite at 63 yet, but he's getting there.
And I think we're jumping down to guys like Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur.
Younger dudes.
All dudes in their late 40s.
You got to be a pretty sharp tool, right, to be calling those plays 1, 2, 3, right? That's got to happen fast.
Yeah.
You can't really hesitate in that.
That's a really interesting observation from Sean Payton that I'd never thought of. Can you actually get aged out of calling plays because your brain just doesn't think I'm not even going to say as quickly, because I think you can still be a brilliant man. I still think that Sean Payton's a brilliant man. So it's not about his brain not thinking quickly, but without second guessing yourself with the confidence that you once did when you were young and dumb.
For him to actually articulate that, don't you think that's a sign that he's at least thinking about it? I think it's a fair point.
Yeah, so maybe Davis Webb, stay put, buddy.
Maybe. Maybe it's a sign of your own mortality that, if I really want to stay in this game, maybe I got to hand this to somebody else. God, that'd be a shame, man, if that's what gets hung out with the Broncos, just the indecisiveness. It is interesting to hear a coach basically admit his frailties, which Sean did yesterday, which is different. All right, well, we have time to ruminate on it. Got a cool montage for Dan to get you fired up. If you want to get your voice in, voice of the people on the Altitude app would be great. We'd love to hear from you. But we'll get into our final hour as we get hyped for the Broncos and the Bills coming up next here on PhD.
Hey, it's Friday, and I know a lot of you guys go looking for new vehicles over the weekend. If that's you, don't waste your weekend. Just go to the best dealership, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. That's why you don't have to drive all over the place, because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices and the best customer service. Guys, I think that relationships matter in life. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I bought over 5 cars there since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them. They get me in, they get me out. Same thing's going to happen to you. They also have got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop online at phillongford.com.
And with that, we are a little more than 24 hours away from the first home playoff game in 10 years. It has been a long stretch for the Denver Broncos. And a number 1 seed, you host the Buffalo Bills. Arguably, you face the best quarterback in the NFL, a guy that could have been yours years and years ago. And now you face a team that also beat you last year. What will the difference be? The score of the game in this one will be, Tyler?
I almost want to make Scott finally go right now. Scott's been putting us on hold for 3 hours, right?
No, we'll get to Scott here in a second. We'll get to him in a second.
I got the Broncos. Here's how I got this thing going down. I felt optimistic all week long, but I'm nervous. I am. I remain optimistic on this thing. I do believe the Broncos are going to win this game. The formula to beating the Bills is simple. They've lost 5 games this year. All 5 games that they've lost, they've scored 20 points or less. So you want to win this game? Well, history would tell you got to hold the Bills to 20 points or less. And I'm going to hold true to my prediction the Broncos are going to win. I got the Broncos winning 23-20, scoring 2 touchdowns and 3 field goals to make you nervous as hell. Because you know what that meant? That meant you probably had 5 red zone possessions, and you stalled out on 3 of them. You kicked 3 field goals, but it might be actually enough to beat the Bills as long as defense does their job.
I got the Broncos winning 27-24. They're actually going to be leading 27-17 with about 5 to go, but Josh Allen is going to score a touchdown. Broncos will get the ball back with about 2.5, 3 to go, and they're just going to run that clock out. So it'll be a 1-score game, but eventually what will do the Buffalo Bills in will be their defense. They, at the end of the day, won't be able to stop the Broncos because that's where they're the weakest at. So despite some heroic efforts from Josh Allen, who will give up a fumble because the Broncos defense is going to get after him. They're going to hit him. It's going to produce a turnover. And on the plus side of giveaway, takeaway, just like in 2015 with you guys, Tyler, despite being in the negatives during the regular season, it was in the positives when you guys won the Super Bowl. And that's how it's going to come down. And the Broncos will face the winner of the Texans and the Patriots, 27-24. So a 1-score game, but a nice little lead through most of it, and then just kind of hanging on there at the end. Scott?
Broncos win 19-13 in overtime.
19-13 in overtime. So we're talking about a walk-off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like four minutes to go.
So that's a fun prediction.
We're keeping the Bills' offense to 13 points in regulation.
But what Scott has them doing as well is either surviving a Josh Allen possession in overtime and then scoring their own touchdown on some sort of dynamic play, which could be a pick 6, for example. I mean, that's kind of fun. Or the Broncos sort of survive a possession by the Bills and a possession from them and then finally get on the board. Essentially, you're saying the Broncos will survive a possession for the Bills in overtime to counter and score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fun prediction, my friend. What makes you believe that's the way it's going to go?
Because I do think Denver's defense is pretty good. And I think Josh Allen is good, but I don't think they're going to put up a 31 burger on them. Listen, if they put up 20 points in the first 3 quarters, you won't beat them. So I'm going the defense is going to be absolutely legit, and the offense is who we think they are.
Okay, but you have a lot of stalling out. You've got kind of a bit of a heavyweight tilt.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit like that Houston. Was it Houston? Not Houston. Who was it? Was it? Or the Pittsburgh? Who did Pittsburgh play? Houston, right? It's going to be a little bit like that, the Pittsburgh-Houston game, and then either someone's going to take over in the fourth quarter or it's going to go to OT.
Well, at 13-13, it was close with the Broncos and the Bills last year into the second half, and then it got away from the Broncos. But it was like 10-7 Bills.
Well, you know what games Scott just predicted? Did you? I don't know if you guys watched it or not, but I think it was week 17, and it was Bills versus the Eagles, and the score was like
13-12.
Yeah, there you go. I remember watching that game live. Josh Allen couldn't do a thing to save his life. The offense couldn't do a thing to save their lives. Both teams were being bad. That's the exact game that you just predicted.
Yeah.
Why do you think the Broncos will struggle running the ball against the Bills?
Because they ain't got no running backs. Their running game is going to swing right, swing left, bubble swing this, but they ain't got no running backs. Who's going to run it?
If I told you that the Bills' rush defense is number 28 in the NFL, does that change your mind at all?
No.
Would it change your mind if I told you their starting safety and a solid reserve cornerback are also out, which is different for them?
No.
However, Ed Oliver's back.
Ed Oliver is back?
Yep.
All right, so don't run in the middle. I don't know.
As is Curtis Samuel.
So they got a wide receiver. Are we afraid of the Buffalo Bills wide receivers? Or are we afraid of Josh Allen?
Josh Allen.
Meaning, are any of those receivers that special, or is the special guy the guy who's hucking the ball up? And it really doesn't matter. I mean, he's just going to get it in the hands of whoever because he's Josh Allen.
No, I mean, it's about Josh for sure. He utilizes his tight ends a lot, and he doesn't have any dynamic players in the receiving core, but that doesn't prevent them from scaring you and beating you over the top.
Hell no, of course.
It's just chemistry on those off-schedule throws.
The potential of the Bills scoring from anywhere on the field with any time on the clock is a real thing. Ain't no doubt about that. There is no time on the clock that is safe if the Bills have the ball in Josh Allen's hands. Zero doubt about it. That's why in my scenario, the Broncos have to get out to a bit of a lead, frankly, guys, and then just kind of hang in there. Kind of like the
if it's 2010 at the end of the third quarter, do the Broncos have enough to come back and win the game?
Yes, they do, because the Bills' defense is still not good. Yes, they do.
That would scare me because you're giving Josh a lead. And no, I don't think they would, to be honest.
Boy, there's been a lot of juice in that stadium, man, and there's been a lot of fourth quarter comebacks. Well, a lot. Not just one or two, quite a few. The energy in that place, man, this team ain't going to give up.
I mean, look, we've seen them do it, so of course it could happen. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't be banking on it. No.
I'll tell you this. It's the biggest difference the Broncos have this year compared to last year. Like rewatching that game, that playoff game last year, they were down by a score like that, and it was over. You're right.
You know what's cool? Like, and I'm being serious and complimentary here. Bo Nix in the fourth quarter has been fun this year. He's got 10 fourth quarter touchdowns. That's been great. The problem is Josh Allen's got 18 fourth quarter touchdowns.
He's a witch, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
So you're asking, not only can you make a comeback, so you've been struggling offensively all game long, but not only can you make a comeback, but can you keep pace with Josh Allen in the fourth quarter? And that's going to be a huge challenge.
It's obviously not ideal. And clearly when you got behind against a good team like the Jags, it was too much to overcome. It was. And so, yeah, it's bad, Scott, to answer your question. Like, that wouldn't be an ideal type of situation. The question is, what's more likely? The Broncos go into the fourth quarter with the lead or down 20-10?
I think it's more likely to be a 13-12 game going into the fourth.
I think it's more likely the Broncos have to hang on to a lead than come back to get the lead. I think that's more likely. I think if the Broncos are going to lose this, they probably allowed the Bills to come from behind to win, in my opinion.
Let's say the Broncos blow out, and it's a complete exact reversal of last year. Denver wins this thing 31-7.
Okay. Awesome.
Sean McDermott, we talking about an opening in Buffalo?
I would think so.
Tuesday?
I would hope so. Well, they can do whatever they want, but yes, I would. I think Sean McDermott is one of the most underwhelming coaches there is out there in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm not a big Sean McDermott fan, but I think his job security is more solid than most people realize.
He gets a lot of credit for the defense in Buffalo. That's the pat on his back. Because he ain't calling the plays. It's Joe Brady, their offense coordinator.
Well, the defense ain't been great this year.
It's been great against the pass. Number 1 against the pass and 28th against the run. It's a weird defense, man. It's a weird defense. You should be able to move the ball and get in the red zone and then see what's what. At the minimum, I think the Broncos get the ball in the red zone 4 times. You get 2 touchdowns there. I mean, that's what the Jags did. They got it there 4 times. They only got 3 touchdowns. The one that they didn't get really cost them, as it turns out, because they missed, for them, a relatively easy kick. because Cam Little's an unreal kicker, and he missed a
I
55-yarder.
think it's fair to say that if Bo doesn't throw for at least 2 touchdowns in this game, the Broncos probably don't win.
I would agree. Got to finish in the red zone. That's right. How about this? If he's got to score, either he's running it in or he's throwing it in. Something with Bo scoring, you know, like he's got to be a real positive force in this one.
Yeah,
he can't be the weak link. If Bo, all right, I mean, if we're gonna go there, if he has a bad game, they lose.
I'm not particularly worried about Bo having a bad game.
I'm not either.
I just worried, can he be as good as Josh? And those are 2 different things.
Well, the answer to that is no. But again, I like Denver's defense better than Buffalo's. I think what Josh, who's a more seasoned, been there kind of quarterback, what he's going to have to do, he's going to have to do it against a much better defense, as Darren pointed out, kind of a run-of-the-mill defense for Buffalo.
And the key to this whole thing is how much pressure can either team exert on either quarterback. Who's going to win that one? Who's going to get that pressure on him?
The keys to most big games, and I've seen it in the NBA 1,000 times, who settles in first. Which teams gets the nerves out of the way, gets all the blah, blah, blah. Remember this, Buffalo does have an advantage. They did play last week. Denver's got, for health-wise, physical-wise, it was great they got a bye. But you got to rev it back up now, and you got to rev it up right away. And one of the great myths, as Sean Payton pointed out, is you get that extra week's rest, you automatically come out hot.
All right, boys.
I've seen people rusty.
We all got the Broncos winning, though.
Let's go.
We all got the Broncos winning.
I'm not coming this far to predict a loss. I know that much.
I get it. In terms of how the weather's going to be, our guy Chris Bianchi is going to join us in about 13 minutes. In terms of what's going on, and we did have a back and forth with Sean Payton and Luke Evans yesterday. We had that. Well, it was you know what? Hang in there. We'll have it for you. Let's football go coming up. That was our guy Jeremy in Buffalo, who's doing an interview, bro. What are you doing? But the plow is the plow. You got to have a second job there in Buffalo. All right, Dan Bud Squints Tanner, let's football go.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton. The question here, guys, he's being asked about Bo Nix. Here's Sean talking about the beauty of being around Bo, and then him and Luka sort of kiss and make up here at the end.
As we planned last night or the night before, the entire plan is how does it fit into his eyes, and but it's been good. It's been great. I enjoy working with him. One of the great things about our job is you stay young because you're working with young people, and I'm glad he's ours. And I didn't know you and I we were being humorous yesterday, and all of a sudden I'm getting lambasted by dressing down a reporter, and we're having fun here. So
yeah, we got aggregated.
Yeah.
Okay, it got aggregated, said Luka. Thoughts on Sean?
Right there alone, that answer by him alone he should get clubbed.
Why?
I got aggregated. Okay, whatever.
What was that, Scott?
I'm
sorry. Can you do that reaction one more time for me?
What was that?
Use English. I got aggregated.
All right, so that you're a little
How many times in your life have you used, I've been aggregated?
I would never use that expression ever for any reason.
Sean didn't say that, though.
He didn't say it. It was Luka that said it.
Luka said it.
So you're a little anti-Luka
Wait.
in this one.
Who are we mad at? Are we mad at Luka or
I
Sean?
think so. I think Scott's a little mad at Luka right here.
Yeah, just say regular language. I don't even know what he's trying to say, what that meant.
Nerd speak.
Do you want me to explain it to you or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was aggregated?
Aggregated means there's sites out there, Twitter handles, websites, that just take all information.
Pro Football Talk is an aggregator.
Yeah, they don't do any of their own reporting, but they just look at things that are trending and they put them out there.
Oh, so that was a social media verbiage.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, okay. I was trying to explain it as in I was aggregated. I was made less of. I was taking pieces of.
It's funny because Sean's trying to hold out an olive branch to Luka, and Luka comes across the bow with another kind of jerky sort of young person expression that Sean probably instantly hated. But Sean was just trying to be nice there. Also, Sean was saying we were having fun. It's like if the bully shoves your head in the toilet bowl, are we having fun or are you having fun? Like, I know it's all in fun, but exactly who's having the fun out there? And then Luka came back with nerd talk, which instantly pissed off Scott. So it's kind of like, whatever. Sean's version of fun, though, is kind of quirky, don't you think?
I really do wonder the full context of it, because there's been enough people that said that actually was a fun interaction that I think there was context beforehand that we didn't.
Well, but Tyler,
year.
when it gets just a portion of it gets aggregated, that's all we can go on.
That's well done,
right,
Scott.
Yeah, nice job. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Update here with the Giants and John Harbaugh. They're still working through the details of his contract. It's not done yet, per Schefter. The final issues aren't over money. It's over language. There's no derailment, and nothing has changed, one source said. Talks are continuing, and the two sides are working to get it across the finish line. I heard 5 years, $100 million is what the contract payout will be. How do you think John Harbaugh can turn around the New York Giants, guys?
Sure, absolutely, definitely. Yeah, any team can be turned around if you got a good quarterback, you got a great coach. Their ownership is a little dicey, but in general, yeah, especially you're drafting high, you'll have some capital. I'm not exactly what their cap status is, but I bet it's okay because they have so many young players that they're dealing with now. I'm not aware of the Giants having big, ponderous contracts to deal with. Sure, why not? Why couldn't he?
I think he's got a good shot at it, as good a shot of anybody. Basically the Giants just went out and they hired their Sean Payton to change their culture. So it's worked pretty well for the Broncos. Now, Harbaugh is not a play caller. He's not an offensive guy, defensive guy. He's a special teams guy in his true background. So you are you're navigating into dangerous waters of what my personal opinion is. We're kind of phasing out the leaders of men in the NFL. And if you're not an innovator on one side of the ball, The NFL doesn't have a lot of space for you. Now, Harbaugh is kind of last Sebastian, right? And they're saying we still respect that enough that we want you to just change our culture, and that's what the Giants are banking on.
I thought it meant that, they wrote it up in Italian. He wanted it written up more in French Canadian. And that was what the language they were trying to get a middle ground and maybe put it in Bulgarian.
Well said. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Lastly, Patrick Mahomes is still saying he intends to be ready for week 1 of the 2026 NFL season following surgery to repair 2 torn ligaments in his left knee. The Chiefs quarterback said Thursday during a Zoom call that his rehab is hitting all the checkpoints for a potential return by summer workouts or training camp. My question is Patrick Mahomes taking steroids to get back that quickly? Do you think he can be back and ready to go by week 1?
No.
He just got to go to Germany.
What are they doing over there in Germany, Scott?
They were in that where Adrian Peterson went, and supposedly got back in 9 months. Didn't Peyton Manning go over there? Aren't they doing some injections and some procedures over there that aren't necessarily approved by our FDA?
There was something about Germany doing something like that.
I think
seems somewhat
I think
familiar.
it was a stem cell deal
Stem cell
back
thing.
in the day. I mean, I don't know if that's still going on or where the best place to go get that is.
I don't think they're going to skimp on his rehab. I mean, if there's a quicker way to do things, I'm sure he's going to, get right to it. But I think that's go for it, Pat.
No, he's not going to be ready in week 1, and anybody thinks he is, you're crazy.
It feels silly, yes.
If you targeted a midseason return, that would be ambitious yet realistic.
Yeah, even that. Whatever. They're on their own path to last place in the AFC West next year. However you want to take it.
It's going to be really curious to see who do the Chiefs bring in to say, hey, we've convinced you, come to the Chiefs and start for us at the quarterback position for 6 games. You know you're going to be a backup after that, but we do need you for 6 games, and you're going to be part of a cool franchise. Like, would a guy like Tua want to do that? I mean, probably not. But
Joe Flacco
would love that role. I mean, Joe would absolutely kill for that role.
All right, listen, in terms of what's going on with the weather for tomorrow, Chris Bianchi from 9 News joins us right now. We love Chris, huge Broncos fan. And you gave me a heads up about 10 days ago, Chris, that there could be some gnarly weather. And it does look like tomorrow, out of the kind of a 10-day range, is going to be the worst day. But if anything, it's going to be wind. So what are you seeing for the weather tomorrow, Chris?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much right, DMac. Yeah, it's going to be in the 30s tomorrow, so chilly, but nothing too crazy. It'll be sunny, but the wind is going to be a factor. Now, if you go to the game and you're tailgating, I'm more concerned about, before the game, it's going to be really windy, 30, 40 mile an hour stuff, maybe not quite as strong as what you're seeing right now today. It's really windy out there today. A little less for tomorrow, but then pregame, it's going to be whipping. And then as the game goes on, that wind will decrease, but especially in the first half, that wind is going to be strong enough to affect punts and kicks. I hate to say that. It's probably going to be, if you remember that Raiders game, that Thursday night game, where it was affecting cross-shot a few shanks, if I remember.
Yes.
That might be a factor, especially in the first half.
Do you think the wind will be as strong as it was that night?
In the first half, yeah, it'll be about the same.
Wow. Okay.
It's going to be 20, 30 mile an hour winds, which is, you're noticing it. It's going to be whipping. But again, by the second half, the wind will notably decrease as the game goes on. So once you get to about at halftime, the wind will be less of a factor.
What does the wind do to temperatures? And like if you're in the shade or something and that wind's going, what's it going to feel like out there?
Yeah, it's going to be one of those weird games. If you're sitting on the sun side of the stadium, which I think is the east side of the stadium, the side towards downtown.
Yep.
You're sitting in the sun. It's going to probably feel okay most of the game, even with the wind. If you're in the shade, if you're on the west side of the stadium, and you're dealing with the wind, and it's in the 30s, it's going to feel pretty cold. I'm from the East Coast originally, and 30s out here feels very different than the 30s out on the East Coast. It's so much nicer out here, especially with that sunshine.
Humidity.
Yeah, exactly. And exactly, Scott. It's going to be it'll be fine. I'm not too worried about the temperatures. It won't affect the players that much. It's just the wind is going to be annoying, and maybe a few flurries tomorrow morning.
Hey, all I know is in Denver, it's 40, 45. You walk around in a hoodie, and if it's 40 in the East Coast or 45 in Kansas, someplace like that, you're freezing your buttocks off.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's a totally different game out east. Again, you're seeing the sun. It's going to feel – I'm seeing the sun tomorrow, and it's going to feel – I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to have just a light jacket.
All right, Chris. I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy.
Chris, if we're throwing with the winds at our back, where do we want the angle of the tip of the ball to be pointed, as it's coming out of Bo Nix's hands?
Ooh. Well, it's a north-northwest wind, which doesn't matter at all because the stadium immediately swirls it. So, it's funny. I actually kind of want to do something with the Broncos where we could set up weather stations in all four directions and try and give something to that degree.
I just want to know what angle the tip should be.
I would say
neutral to slightly down.
yeah, slightly down, 270 degree.
Yeah, that's
All right, Chris, we appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. We'll talk to you. Go Broncos, right?
Go Broncos. Let's go. I'll be there. I'll be wearing a blue mullet.
All right, thank you, my man. Chris Bianchi from 9 News. I'm trying to get dirty with Chris Bianchi.
No.
Oh, really? What direction is the tip going to be?
I was not thinking dirty at all. I was trying to think strategically. If we got the wind at our back, do we want the ball pointed up or pointed down?
Scott said 270 degrees.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but it sounds filthy.
You want it neutral to a little bit pointing down.
The wind,
it's
man.
Up a little bit, the ball's going to catch the wind. If it's into the wind, it's going to catch it.
The biggest problem the Broncos
Well, if you're throwing into the wind, you definitely want the tip down, Scott. But if it's behind you, wouldn't you want to point it up?
Okay, now we're just getting like X-rated.
But that would mean Bo's trying to pass it more than 5 yards.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: that Raiders game.
I'm going to tell you this.
Sean Payton said he had the biggest regrets of how he called his plays after that Raiders game the entire year because he didn't make adjustments to what was going on. It was 10-7. It was windy that game, and it was one of the worst performances the offense had all year. Will Sean Payton learn his lesson?
About what?
Playing with the wind, playing in those conditions.
What do you mean by that? I mean, when you say, will he learn his lesson, what's the lesson to be learned?
I don't know. Look at how he called plays in that Oakland game or the Oakland game, Raiders game.
I'm asking what that means. I don't know what that means.
I'm turning it back on you. I mean, I don't know. Whatever he was doing in that Raiders game, he said it was a disaster.
I think what he's meaning is he didn't think the wind was a deal and never took it in advantage and kept trying to throw the ball downfield as opposed to maybe run it a little bit more.
Just trying to think about who it favors. The Bills have got a good run. Like if there is a lot of wind, who does it favor? Bills have got a good rushing attack. They also have a bad rush defense. So I'm going to hope it favors the Broncos because you've got a really good rush attack from the Bills versus a really good rush defense of the Broncos. Hopefully that kind of neutralizes one another. And then the Broncos offensively, if Sean writes it big enough, and he did say he was going to write it, by the way. Sean said he will write on his play sheet again, run the ball. He needs to write a little bit bigger than he did last time, and maybe he'll see it.
If Sean is smart about it, it should be a huge advantage for the Broncos because it's very deceptive, because it's nice, it's sunny. Like there's no other weather going on. So the winds can be incredibly deceptive because they can kind of spark out of nowhere, and Chris is right, it does swirl. It does not matter what you see on the goalpost. That does not reflect what's actually happening depending on what's happening on the field. It does not correlate. So if you're smart about that and you realize that, then you can use that to your advantage. And I would hope that would catch the Bills actually by surprise, which could theoretically, hopefully, lead to turnovers by the Broncos. But Sean's got to be smart about it. The Broncos got to be smart about it. Scott, you're not wrong. Hucking the ball down the field in those conditions, dude, it's good luck. It's not the smartest. It's not the smartest of moves.
That sets yourself up a little bit. So you got to be really, really careful.
You do, and you got to be smart about it. You can't anticipate, well, it'll be fine now, but it could definitely surprise a team from out of town that's not used to it, that hasn't really seen it, and it is deceptive. It's nice. It looks nice. Like, there's really no big deal. I remember after that Raiders game, everybody was like, killing the Broncos, and I was like, wow, guys, it really was windy there, and nobody really wanted to hear that who hadn't been at the game. And I get it, because on TV, it must have looked ridiculous.
Well, we can't afford.
You remember the biggest struggle with that wind in that game, though, was with our punter.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I was
right.
literally just going to say that. We cannot afford for Crawshaw to have a singular mistaked punt. Not one. I mean, you can't give Josh Allen a short field. So I hope we did some practicing with some wind machines with Crawshaw and, the ball hitting his shin instead of his foot. We need to make some corrections here.
Oh, man, it's coming down tomorrow. I don't know if there's another angle we could look at it from, but we do have the Broncos winning. Nate and Andy, they've got tickets for the game. They're at Jackson's. We'll hear from them coming up at 3 o'clock. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, PhD. Here's my take. I love you guys. Listen to you every day. The Broncos are going to win against Buffalo, and here's why. Every game this season they've had to show up, they've shown up. Kansas City at home was the biggest game this town's seen in 10 years. The Broncos showed up. Bo played well, and we won. Green Bay, classic overdog situation. We showed up, and we won. Even Philadelphia proved we can win a close one against a good team on the road, showed up and won. So, bank it. The Broncos show up on Saturday, and they win the game. Go Broncos.
Appreciate it. Voice of the people. You got something to get off your chest, go to the Altitude Sports Radio app and just hit that speaker.
Somebody should have gone to Voice of the People and said, hey, Broncos, wear the throwbacks.
Yeah, I don't know what they're wearing. Do you guys?
I do know what they're wearing.
What are they wearing?
They're wearing blue helmets.
Okay.
Orange tops.
All right.
White bottoms.
Okay.
And what color are the socks? I think orange socks.
Okay. Have they worn that combination this year?
I don't know. I just know that's what they're wearing.
They
this
wore it
weekend.
against the Giants.
They did. Okay. All right.
Because they're thinking it might be an epic fourth quarter comeback time.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I remember last year when I think it was Tyler Bidet that would have been hurt all year long, and then all of a sudden just came up out of nowhere, and he was like on the team.
He was placed in the playoff game instead of Audric Estime. They benched Estime.
That's what it was. That's right. Audric Estime became a healthy scratch because Tyler Bidet got off the IR.
Correct.
The Broncos just activated two players that if they are actually activated on game day, it would be the first time all season long that they had been on the team.
Didn't that happen last year, right?
One of them's a tight end.
Lucas Kroll.
Incorrect.
Tight end. Well, Atkins is already there. Troutman.
The basketball guy.
There you go, Scotty.
Cow, Caleb
Loader just got activated off the practice squad. Congratulations, Caleb Loader. You are now on the 53-man roster.
That is fascinating.
Which it's just freaking weird. Like you've been there all year long, and now in the playoffs, now's the time we're going to activate the dude.
Well, we'll see if he's actually on the 45, right?
Well, 46, right?
40. Oh, well, yeah, right. To get the quarterback thing.
There you go.
That is interesting because they have struggled in the red zone.
Yeah.
He's a basketball player. He's got like a 39-inch vertical or something, and he's 6'8".
Honestly, I do wonder, like, if you're gonna go through it to activate him, why would you activate him unless you had a plan? You know,
the plan has to be in the red zone.
I think he actually will be activated, and he'll be available on game day.
That is a red zone specialist sort of activation right there.
It's weird. I'm not sure I love it. Like, I don't love playing games with a dude that has never played in the NFL. His first, keep in mind, this guy's never played in the NFL.
Correct.
He's never played a game in the NFL.
But he's not there to block. He's there to be tall and catch passes above everybody else.
Okay, cool. Pressure's on, buddy.
I mean, we're talking about a dude
Would it be crazy? He doesn't play at all. He scores 3 red zone touchdowns for the Broncos.
It's the only reason he would be on the team for this week, Scott. So would it be crazy? The answer is, of course, yes. But then again, that is his role. Like, that's it. It's as if you had a specialist just for jump balls. Like, I mean, how many situations are going to present itself that you're going to need somebody like that? But the Broncos do have that in their back pocket. That is really interesting.
There is one more player that they activated. It would be his first time being on the 53 as well.
Drew Sanders.
And it's former Buffalo Bill, Elijah Moore.
He's activated.
Yeah.
That's a little interesting. Are we a little light in receiver or special teams people or receivers?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm not aware of it.
No, I don't think we're light anywhere right now. We don't have injury problems at the moment.
I wonder what
Brandon Jones is out. Other than that, I mean, this team has never been more healthy than they are at this very moment.
Elijah Moore is activated. Jeez, I don't know. I got to think about that one. I'm not sure where that actually fits. I mean, he was on the Bills practice squad. Does being activated mean you can stick around a little bit longer, like they need him for some sort of reason, and then he's just deactivated on game day? No, right? I mean, that's nothing special.
No, I guess no.
Is Mercedes Lewis activated for this game too?
I don't even know if he's on the practice squad.
Oh, he definitely got signed back to the practice squad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then no, I don't believe he is.
Okay.
So they chose Caleb Lohner over Mercedes.
Oh, that's really interesting, man. Mercedes Lewis is just all about blocking, and Lohner would just be about catching the football. That's a fun one right there, bro. That's a nice pickup. Nice one. That's really interesting.
And if he comes in, I guess depending on what the position you have to play him in, does he have to ever declare eligible if you go and make him the outside jumbo guy?
No, he's just, he's a 100% an eligible target.
Yeah.
You're talking about Caleb Lohner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's just a wide receiver.
That's really, really interesting. I wonder. Well, they're thinking about it. They must be thinking about it. Doesn't mean they're gonna go through with it.
No, but I do think this is Sean. Like last year, he got to the playoffs, and his big idea was, "I'm done with Audric Estime, even though I've been rolling with him the whole season."
And didn't Bidet get like 2 carries? It was like nothing, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, it was like, well, what? And I remember Sean talking about that. Like, yeah, we had a plan, we just could never implement it. That's a good one, though, Broncos fans. Be aware. That's a nice little pickup.
That would be freaking awesome, though, if he scores a red zone touchdown. His very first NFL game, real game. He played in preseason, but real game would be a touchdown in the postseason.
That is a great one. Well, I mean, Vrabel was a bizarre pass-catching specialist, right? He's got 13 catches, something like that. They're all touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like, there was a plan for him. You're not having this guy out there to block, ain't no doubt about it. So there's only one reason to have him going. If he goes, we'll see if he goes or not. Just because you're activated doesn't mean
he's going to be a part of the plan. I don't know why you bring him up at this point unless you've got a reason.
You know, it just happens. They activate dudes and then they're deactivated on game day. I don't know,
but this one's weird. They're like usually you do that with somebody 12 different times over the course of the season.
I'm not lying. You're right. It's a weird one.
This guy's not been activated.
And by the way, he's been healthy the whole year. They could have done this at any point.
Correct.
I mean, Scott, this guy is a good hands guy. He is a basketball player with good hands. Right. You know, he's not Zeke Najee out there. The dude can catch. And he is 6'8", 6'9", something like that. He's one of the taller guys on the team.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Red zone post-ups.
Maybe.
Red zone post-up on 3. Break.
And don't forget, Poyer's out. Their starting safety, you know, one of their guys, he's gone. So that's a backup back there. If he has like 3 touchdowns, man, that would be
if he has 3 touchdowns, guess what? Broncos win.
Oh, no doubt about it.
They blew him out.
God, I kind of like it, don't you guys?
No.
You don't like that? Why?
I don't particularly love having a grand idea that involves a dude that has never played in the NFL.
Hey, Nate, how about that pickup that Tyler just saw? The Broncos have activated Caleb Lohner.
Lohner?
Is that how you say it, Lohner? Is that it?
Yeah. Caleb Lohner. Yeah, no. Weird thing about that guy, he refuses to get in the huddle.
What are you talking about?
He's a loner.
That was dang it.
Lord.
Wow, when I'm tall dude, straight over my head.
See, guys, you know what that was right there. That's a critical thing to remember when it comes to the postseason is sometimes you bust stuff out that you haven't seen since training camp. That's a joke I made to Andy like 17 times during training camp, but I didn't get to make it once the entire regular season. But that's just Sean Payton, man. Remember that stuff from training camp. You never know when it's going to come in handy.
But you know what you did, Nate? You stayed ready with that joke, and you delivered.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. It's my only Caleb Lohner piece of analysis that I have available for you.
The Bills, meanwhile, have activated Curtis Samuel and Ed Oliver.
Ed Oliver is active.
Yep, he is active.
Something
and
to keep an eye on.
They've elevated McCole Hardman, wide receiver, and Frank Gore Jr. from the practice squad.
Wait, McCole Hardman is on the Bills?
He is, and he's going to be. He's on the active roster today.
Okay.
We'll see if he's playing tomorrow. But
well, they have like 3 ambulatory receivers. So they obviously have to have somebody, and Curtis Samuel is getting activated in that game. You mentioned the Poyer injury. They went with the rookie Jordan Hancock last week against Jacksonville, and he didn't play great. They could get DeMar Hamlin back, which
I think he's out. I think Hamlin. Oh, is he not out officially?
No, DeMar Hamlin is. I believe he's listed as questionable to be able to play. So he could possibly go in this game. I mean, that guy used to be dead. So like that again, somebody to watch out for.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, he's come back
to
from a lot.
life.
Seriously, how that guy didn't win Comeback Player of the Year just for like setting foot again on an NFL field?
I don't know.
Understand.
I mean, really.
Oh God.
Tell me one guy that's had a greater comeback in NFL history than DeMar Hamlin.
I can't give you somebody who's literally come back from the dead, Nate.
That's what I'm saying.
So you kind of win that one.
Thank you.
I mean, if that's where we're going on this
I mean, it
one.
becomes a semantic argument, but it's a hell of a comeback, is it not? Like, oh, I'm so sorry you tore your ACL and came back.
Oh, I'm so sorry you died on a field and you came back.
Yeah, get that going for you. Hey, is this the best Denver sports weekend ever? Total, top to bottom? Overall. Best,
because the Nuggets have 2 games and the Avs got Nashville tonight.
Monday's a holiday too, but so there, I would say the Avs have 2, the Nuggets have 2, and the Broncos are in a playoff game at home.
That's a substantial sports weekend right there, I would say. I don't know if greatest sports weekend ever, but it feels like a pretty good weekend. Sure. I mean, we have weekends where, both the Nuggets and the Avalanche have playoff games and the Rockies are contractually obligated to take the field. We have that happen from time to time as well.
Actually, I'm going to be honest. Nothing matters except for the Broncos. Who cares about the rest of that?
Wow.
Who cares about the rest of that?
Con Knippel and the Hornets are coming to town on
kidding
Sunday.
me? Who cares about the rest of that?
Ryan O'Reilly coming back with the Preds tonight?
Cool.
No,
Yeah,
we don't care.
I'll get back on all that stuff when the playoffs is over.
Okay, all right. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Actually, this is the 3rd time. I saw Vic Lombardi tweet this out. 3rd time that the Broncos have been in a playoff game and the Nuggets have played on the same day. And they are 2-0, both teams, when that has happened.
Oh, no kidding.
How about that one? That's a good one, huh?
That's a good note right there.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Let me double check that from Vic. But Vic.
No, it sounds great. Just
go with
what
it.
you said sounds awesome.
Just roll with it right there.
Yeah,
All
don't
right.
fact check that.
All right.
No, we're doing great here. Hey, guys, we're out here at Jackson's.
You got
today.
tickets to give away.
We got tickets to give away. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is giving away tickets for the game tomorrow. So get down here and sign up with the Bud Light promo team. And I can tell you this, guys, the Bills fans have represented strong.
Really?
Out here at Jackson's. Yes, they are here.
Man.
And en masse.
Are we doing anything to prevent Bills fans from winning these tickets?
Nothing at all. It's we need Broncos fans to show up, but then it becomes chance for you. By the way,
wow!
I also saw a guy in a Josh Allen Wyoming jersey. So Laramie is representing here today at Jackson's.
Well, it always sucks to be a CSU Ram. Those are the famous words of Josh Allen this fall, Nate.
That is what he said. Is that the karma that gets him coming up here this week, or is it the karma that apparently his wife is a Broncos fan? I don't know. I don't know what will befall the mighty Josh Allen this week, but it's got to be something, right?
Let me give you the stats. I have the exact stats. This is Vic Lombardi.
Oh, all right.
Via Dan Hyatt.
Love Dan Hyatt.
January 17th, 2016. Broncos beat Pittsburgh 23-16. Nuggets beat Indiana. 129-126.
The Indianapolis Pacers.
Yes. January 4th, 1992, Broncos beat Houston 26-24. Nuggets beat Orlando 93-91.
A 92 Nuggets win, too. Like, that's not a guaranteed thing. Quite frankly, a 2016 Nuggets win is not a guaranteed thing.
How about that?
So that does mean there's some good mojo on the side of our fine teams.
Are you guys feeling it?
We're feeling it, man. I'm staying in this space where if you have a defense that is good as Denver and you're at home with your crowd noise, and as long as Sean Payton commits to some kind of run game, you got a fourth quarter game and you got good fourth quarter mojo. Granted, the other guys got fourth quarter mojo too, but I'm staying in this space, man. I love Denver's chances in this game. It couldn't possibly set up better for them. Andy's usually the nervous Nelly. How are you feeling, pal?
We're going to play a football game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I like the Broncos' chances. Because I just think I think A, they're beat up, and B, Buffalo's had to make 2 long trips. That trip to Jacksonville is not completely short. I know you at least stayed on the same coast, but not like they did a little quick jump over to New England like they're used to or something. Now you're coming out here. You've had the short week. So, yeah, you know what? And look, I believe in this defense. And the reason why I think all 3 guys of us that are talking right now on the air said that there could be a real shot at this thing ending up special was you got a really good defense.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, and so it's on the defense. I don't know how the offense is going to play tomorrow, if you want me to be honest about it. I wish they had J.K. Dobbins. They don't. So we'll see how this all factors in, like you guys talking about. I'm not quite sure what surprises he's got in mind for Caleb Lohner, if anything. Listen.
Maybe some friends.
DMac, is Caleb Lohner going to be the guy where, remember how Tony Romo couldn't quit talking about Tyler Bidet last year, and then Tyler Bidet did absolutely nothing? Or was it Audric Estime?
No, it was
Who was
Bidet.
it that was supposed to be running the football? Yeah, Estime didn't even dress.
Yeah,
right?
Bidet suited up. Estime was inactive.
Yeah,
that was the beginning of the end.
And then Bidet did nothing. So
Right.
maybe that's what Caleb Lohner, maybe that'll be his role this year.
Well, do
I
you
don't
remember
know.
that really tall, skinny tight end for the Chiefs a few years ago? I forget his name, man, but there was that tall dude, and he had no other purpose but to stand in the end zone and be taller than Chris Harris. And I think this is more or less Lohner's role.
Wesley Duke?
Remember
that guy?
Yeah, back in the day. Wow.
I'll take your name on the name. But they had some sort of guy who really didn't do anything except be tall in the end zone. And it was like a little weird deal. Like, hey, you're 6'8", you're tall. I guess you're taller than everybody else. So.
Or it's just like it's a great Sean Payton Friday mind game.
Might be.
Of just like, hey, now you got to think about our tall guy.
Think about our tall guy. We got one of them.
Yeah. Get concerned about our tall guy. It's something that perhaps some coaches will have to spend 20 minutes finding old Caleb Lohner Utah film and then showing it to their DBs, and then he probably won't even get a uniform.
Wait, was he Utah or Utah Valley?
Utah.
Utah. Just straight up Utah?
Oh, I watched
All
him.
right.
He caught a touchdown right in front of me against the Buffs.
He didn't go to like Snow College or anything like that? Somewhere along the way?
it was one of those things.
Wait a second. Somebody caught a touchdown against the Buffs in front of you?
Caleb Lohner.
Well, I can't believe that's going to be a small club.
And then I talked to their Australian kicker at halftime. No, that was Cincinnati. Cincinnati had an Australian kicker that I asked him, "Why aren't you going inside for the halftime?" He goes, "Oh, mate, I don't know. I've heard it all. I don't care."
Was he like?
I wish I had just talked to him. I'd have a better accent.
Hey,
but yeah, he just didn't
Andy,
care.
was that your
sat there and talked to me?
Was that your typical college Australian 32-year-old dad?
Yeah. It was funny because I had told him, I said, "You guys know it." I go, "Look, man, I don't mean to be mean. Do all you Australian guys know each other?" He goes, "Oh no, it's a club, man.
They
You're
do.
all right." Yeah.
They do. They're from that whatever that
He's
Sporting Institute of Melbourne or whatever that they all go to. Yeah, no, those dudes all know each other. They're all bros.
Andy, are you picking the Broncos to win or not?
I am.
All right. I
think this is going to be a 2025 now / 2026 very on-brand Bronco game where there'll be no relaxing. This thing's going to go in the fourth quarter. We're going to be sweating it. Here's what I hope for the Broncos. I hope it looks like the Chiefs game at home because Mahomes gave you the same uncomfortable feeling the whole time throughout, the same way that Josh Allen does.
Bianchi, DMac, you guys talked to Chris Bianchi a few minutes ago, and I didn't realize the wind would sustain for tomorrow, particularly in the first half.
Yeah, that's
what he said.
It's not what I want.
You know what, though? Yet another reason. It's yet another way that the universe is smacking Sean Payton upside the head, saying run the damn ball.
You're absolutely right.
And you guys mean to tell me that Bo Nix doesn't love a good, solid 25 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gust?
I don't know that he loves a stiff breeze.
I don't know if there's a single quarterback in the world that does. Is there?
Well, Josh Allen's got some serious
he doesn't seem to hate it.
behind that football.
He didn't seem to hate it.
That was the weirdest thing about that Raiders game because I don't think you could really tell how windy it truly was.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't reflective on the goalpost what was happening lower onto the field in the lower bowl area.
The flags lied.
And if you remember, Sean was upset with his play calling the most he's been all year himself about how he called the game. So that experience right there, if the winds really are like that, Nate, you're right, man. I mean, there should be no other bigger indication of what exactly to do against the Bills.
Yeah,
it's really not complicated here.
It's funny, too, just because, this the swirling winds and everything else inside the stadium that the Broncos are going to have to deal with. Like, just again, let that be your North Star to actually commit to some kind of a run game. We have to hope that. I tell you what, like DMac said right there, Payton's frustration with himself after the Raider game, that you got to hope that he's not saying the same crap after this one, because if he is, then we're doing the Who Should the Broncos Draft show coming up on Monday. And
we really doing that show? Can't we put that off a week or two?
I don't want to do that show. I don't want to do that show.
I'm all right, man.
I don't want to be thinking about a draft pick on Monday. I want to be thinking about the Patriots or the Texans.
Can we at least spend like a day just decompressing about the season before we talk about a draft pick on Monday?
Always spin it forward, Sandman.
I don't want to talk about the draft and pick number. What would you be? Pick number
20-something.
6-ish?
Yeah, something in there. I don't know. Somewhere down in the 20s. Let's not concern ourselves with that. We're live at Jackson's Lotto on a Bud Light Football Friday. Come down to Jackson's. Hang out with us. Have a pitcher or a couple of Bud Light this afternoon. Responsibly, as always. Sign up to win Broncos-Bills tickets with the Bud Light promo team, who are here somewhere. They're wandering about, but we'll pinpoint them. Broncos fans starting to fill the place. I see a Bo Nix jersey in front of us. A lot of Bills fans. But here's the thing. Andy and I talked about this yesterday. The Bills fans, they're nice. They're nice people.
It's a good group of people.
It is.
You want to hang with the Bills fans.
Yes.
They're not Raider fans. They're not Chief fans.
No.
They're not those fans.
Any flaming tables here at Jackson's?
I don't
in
know.
Lodo?
I've not seen a white folding table yet. Honestly, I have one of those things in my garage, too. I probably should have just brought it down here.
Give the old college try.
Dedicated it to the crowd and see who has enough Bud Lights this afternoon to finally go through one.
Just tease them.
I don't know if Jackson's would be – there's got to be a liability thing, though, with Jackson's. They might get concerned about that. But, yeah, guys, the crowd is great down here. It's a chilly day, so come inside and have cold beer.
Yeah.
And have a lot of fun here with us. We're getting you all set for this game. Final show before the game. Guys, let's hit a couple of news items really quick. We talked about the Caleb Lohner thing for the Broncos. I don't know. To me, biggest story of at least in terms of news today that impacts this game is that Ed Oliver is activated by Buffalo and is going. Here's the funny thing about the Bills. Like, They don't have a particularly good run defense, but they like Daquan Jones. They like Deonte Walker in the middle of their defensive line, and now you add Ed Oliver to that rotation. I think there is a belief from some of the Buffalo folk that the numbers don't necessarily do justice the quality of their run defense. I think that's an interesting factor to watch in this game is, can the Broncos get it going on the ground? Can they run the ball outside? Can they then use some of that boot stuff to open things up, move Bo Nix out of the pocket, get him a clear sight line, and let him throw the football at least to the intermediate part of the football field? But if Buffalo is just making life hell on R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin all day, it's going to be tougher for the Broncos to do that. Sandman, what do you think of this news?
Well, I mean, it's big news. Ed Oliver was one of the original NIL daddies of college football. And remember at Houston, it was a really surprise signing. He said, you know what, the Fertitta money might be real at the University of Houston.
Good dough.
Good dough. Good backdoor dough right there in Houston. But
they got their name on the basketball court, by the way.
That's right.
I was watching Houston, Texas Tech the other day, and it's like the Fertitta court.
Yeah, they got it everywhere.
They really do. UNLV. That's
different for same Fertitta, but different branch of the Fertitta family.
Yes. It's brothers, right?
They're relatives. They all come from the homeland, the mothership, if you will.
Okay.
Same place that Kurt Signetti comes from, if you catch what I'm putting down.
But was your dad pulling down any of that sweet Fertitta money when he was the head coach at UNLV?
Unfortunately not.
No.
Unfortunately, the Sanford last name, only 2 vowels, and you don't quite Signetti, more than 2 vowels.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so when you go to this matchup, I mean, 5.1 yards per carry, what the Buffalo Bills defensively yield.
Yep.
That's a high number, man.
That's substantial.
That's a high number in college football, which is typically has way higher numbers in the rushing totals. Denver Broncos defensively And there's moments this year where you would point to Jonathan Taylor doing his thing with the Indianapolis Colts, but really outside of about 2 performances, other than the Commanders game. Remember the Commanders had a nice rushing performance against the Broncos?
They did.
Those 2 games, outside of that, I mean, you're averaging 3.9 yards per carry given up. The Broncos have the advantage if Sean Payton can show the discipline to lean into the ground game, diversify the ground game, and I would say find a back to feed. Remember last year in this game? Javonte Williams had 7 carries in that contest.
Bo Nix led the team in carries in that game.
It's like that's inexcusable. And actually, at the time, Javonte Williams on the road was averaging over 4 yards a carry.
Yeah.
That should have been a 12, 15 carry game. That can't happen tomorrow at Empower Field.
No, there was no run game last year.
All right, but why do we? What leads us to believe Sean will change course?
Well, I laid it out yesterday.
No, yeah, you're right. He could be. You want to lay out your argument for Mike Sanford just so he knows for those that missed it late in the show?
Rehashing yesterday's theory. Here's my theory. Okay, is that Liam Cohen lost to Buffalo because he didn't run the ball. Sean Payton, in his spite for Liam Cohen for the small market thing, Sean Payton will pound the ball on the ground so that he can then take a dig at Liam Cohen in the postgame press conference. Spite is Sean Payton's greatest motivating factor.
I agree. I also think that Sean Payton wants to win.
There's that part too.
Yeah, I really do.
Yeah.
And I know that he has wanted to win in the previous 2 or 3 games. It just felt very uneven offensively.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it felt uneven offensively, is because you didn't need to perform at a high level on the offensive side of the ball. I also think that Sean Payton does not enjoy calling plays for an offense that is nationally known as subpar.
Right.
And you have the number 1 seed. I think that Sean and Bo, whenever they've been backs against the wall, everybody says you stink. I think they've actually answered the call pretty well, and I think this is a perfect spot to do it.
All right, I don't like. I feel like they're going to win, but I feel like it's going to be an ugly game.
Yeah,
I feel like we are going to have one of those
games. It's the 2025 Broncos, man.
And then I'm going to be curious to see how Bronco fans react, because this might be the kind of game, like we've seen so many before, where people are actually upset about a win. And in the playoffs, I don't think you care one bit.
That doesn't exist.
Other than one more point than they got.
Exactly.
That's it.
I don't think that exists. And I also think, like, generally, like the Jacksonville game, like the Raider game, like the Washington game. I mean, guys, we did shows after all of those games, and it was us sitting around going, the hell is wrong with this offense right now?
Here we are.
Okay? And it was victories that people were complaining about, okay? Like, I don't see that I don't see that being a conversation point on a Monday after a playoff victory, number 1. And number 2, like, by now, haven't Broncos fans been beaten into submission now by knowing what their offense is going to be? And, like, you can fall into the trap. What if they go out and they score 34 points tomorrow against the Bills? Then if they're playing Houston or New England next week, is everyone just going to go, see, Bo Nix figured it out and he's on a roll right now? I would say not so fast, my friend, because – again, we've done that song and dance before as well. The guy, they can be aggressive and they can be good and they can be precise one week, and the next week there is no carryover at all. So I would simply say it's game plan dependent, it's matchup dependent, and it's performance dependent. And if Bo Nix is comfortable in the pocket, they'll have a good offensive game. And if he's not, then you got to hope that the Broncos can eke out a 13-11 win.
Boy, if they score in the 30s. There's a pick 6 in there or a scoop and score.
Agreed. Wholeheartedly
It's got to
agree.
be one of those.
Yeah. My take is if a team scores 25 offensively in this game, they win the game.
Yeah.
And 25 is a weird number. I don't feel great about 24, but I feel really good about 27. I know it sounds weird.
I know what you mean.
And I do believe the Broncos they're capable of doing it with the right game plan. They've done it. And I still go back to the Green Bay Packers. The Packers had some of their the downsides of them defensively weren't nearly as, I think, as substantial as the downsides are of the Buffalo Bills defensively. And they exposed some things in that game. And that was a good performance that I feel like Sean Payton and Bo Nix had to deliver in that spot, and they did.
All right, does he let him be that aggressive? Why has Bo not been as aggressive, I don't think, in game since the Packer game. That was the last time we saw it.
We'll talk about that coming up here on the other side. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Enjoy responsibly. We are live at Jackson's Lodo. Bud Light giving away Broncos Bills tickets, so get down here and sign up. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We play ska music on Fridays. We call it Ska Friday. It is, of course, a Bud Light Football Friday. We're versatile on Fridays, Andy. We're a Swiss Army knife, as they say, on a Friday afternoon. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live at Jackson's Ludo, directly across from Coors Field, directly across from McGregor Square. And we're doing a show with you today until 6 o'clock. It is K&L with the Sandman here in hour number 1. And let's dive into some matchup stuff between the Broncos and the Bills. And let's start with a point that Andy raised just there before the break of since Green Bay and Jacksonville, which were kind of two football games that lived on an island, Sean Payton went back into the turtle shell, so to speak, for Kansas City and the Chargers. And now it is a time where you would think aggressiveness has to get ratcheted back up because Buffalo's going to score. Last time I checked, that quarterback they got, pretty good. They're going to move the ball. They're going to put points on the board. Denver cannot afford to be, and also cannot afford to be as conservative as they were a year ago, where Bo Nix threw for 144, but 43 came on a single play. Outside of that, I think he had 12 total completions in the football game. Sean Payton played it super conservative. He called it like he didn't trust Bo Nix last year. All right, how do we get back to the place where Sean Payton is trying to call some shots for Bo Nix and letting him cut it loose? Sandman, what do you expect that game plan to look like, at least in terms of the passing game and the aggressiveness of Bo Nix?
Run, play action pass, throw it over their heads.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem is when you're not living that life and your leading ball carrier is your quarterback, or it's a guy with 7 carries like a year ago with Javonte Williams, you're not allowing yourself to be able to open up that downfield passing game with any form of consistency. And the other thing that I feel like Sean Payton has called with a lot of frequency at times has been the bootlegs, the naked game off of the wide zone, but that stuff's not nearly as effective if you're handing the ball and putting it in the belly of the running back 7 times in a contest.
Yeah.
So to me, it's got to be the combination of the two. So you keep hearing the word aggressive, right? Aggressive to me might mean putting the ball in R.J. Harvey's belly 15 to 20 times.
Sure.
Therefore, it's opening up the opportunity to be aggressive by throwing the ball down the field.
Can you move the ball consistently, though, against this defense? And one of the things, and maybe this is just paralysis by analysis, and it's been a long week of looking at this thing. Guys, I think Buffalo's defense might be a little bit better than what some of the numbers suggest.
Their pass defense is really good.
Without a doubt, but
it's banged up, though. The secondary is banged up.
Missing a safety that's a big thing.
And Maxwell Harrison's like, he's not your guaranteed starting corner, but he's a rotational corner, much like Jaquan McMillan and Jahdae Barron is.
Last week, they gave up 24 points to the Jacksonville Jaguars, okay? Broncos gave up 34 to that exact same team, all right? And so, again, you've got to look at it and you've got to say, all right, is this simply a group that was banged up and now it's the right time of year and now they're going to get Oliver back and they're looking a little bit healthier right now? It's one of the things that I wonder about a little bit when it comes to this contest. So, again, can you hit the chunks when they are available to you? Because simply doing Sean Payton dink and dunk ball and trying to put together 14-play scoring drives may not be effective, especially if it's too windy out there.
Yeah, but it's also probably your best path to a win, is it not? I mean, a shootout does not favor the Broncos, I don't think. And I know that's been kind of a national topic. Unless it looks like the Green Bay game, which I just don't expect this thing to look like. Again, I expect this game to look like that Chief game at home, tight. You got to be sweet in the red zone if you're the Broncos defense, and you've got to be opportunistic. When you get a chance, Broncos offense has got to make it happen. Now, will that be through the air? I think at some point it's going to have to be a little bit.
Of course.
Again, what Mike's talking about, I would agree. You got to run the football enough that you get some more favorable looks for Bo to throw against. So let me go back to the original question, too. You talked about it, and Nate suggested it in the question. Has Sean Payton been the one that's kind of been a little conservative, or has it been Bo in your estimation?
I think it's Bo feeding off of Sean.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the general way that Sean is calling a game.
Don't kill us with mistakes.
Yeah, and I've still to this day, I've never been around a coach that tells his quarterback, don't screw it up.
Yeah.
But it kind of felt like there was at least some.
It's understood.
Yeah, there felt like a little innuendo that led to Bo Nix saying, "I'm not going to screw it up because my head coach is calling a game in a manner in which he's not going to screw it up from a play calling standpoint." I think the two fed each other.
Yeah.
But I also think that
they were also playing two offenses that Sean looked at and said they're not going to score any points.
Yeah, do not hand them anything.
Yeah, a Ludicone and Trey Lance. It's just like, look, man, if we can put 14 on the board, we're going to walk out of this place with a win.
Because I felt like the game against Green Bay, it's the one that we keep pointing to, and I know Green Bay fizzled out. They're not in the playoffs anymore. It is what it is. But that game against Green Bay, to me, felt like the one game where Sean called it aggressively, and Bo, conversely, also he reciprocated that same aggressiveness
and played really well.
And I think they feed off each other a little bit that way. Now, a week later, you touch the hot stove, and Bo was a little. He didn't play great against Jacksonville. Right. He played aggressive, but he touched the hot stove, and I believe he turned it over twice in that ball game. And so then Sean says, "Okay, we got to pull the reins back a little bit in order to make sure that we do have a home game." But I think this is going to be another one of those games. Just like my vision for this contest is Green Bay. Sean and Bo realize we can't do what we did a year ago.
Yeah,
we can't play bubble and now smoke screen football. We got to play big boy football. And part of that is running the ball, and some of it, too, is the play actions off that run game.
Okay, so another thing that coaches probably rarely say to their players, but maybe it could benefit Sean Payton a little bit in this game, is if he looked at Bo Nix and he said, you get one interception. It's not the end of the world if you throw one pick in this game. Don't throw two. Don't get us murdered in the turnover differential. But, I mean, one of the funny things about this era of football is this – it's become the efficiency era of pro football. We don't have Brett Favre's anymore. Those quarterbacks like that don't exist anymore in professional football. What's so funny is I think people look at Josh Allen, they're like, wild game, gunslinger out there. He didn't turn the ball over. No, he's super accurate, and he takes care of the football. Like, that's what good quarterbacking is today. Well, all right, if you're concerned about a couple of turnovers from Bo Nix in the Jacksonville game and that forces you back into the shell, then you simply have to look at it and say, okay, you know what? I can live with a mistake. I can live with one, and I trust my defense enough for it to be able to happen. But if we sit here and if we play overly conservative dink and dunk, I'm afraid to make mistake football, well then, we're going to lose by 10 at home.
Yeah, I mean, look, we may need to see Bo. Let's go, again, we all keep pointing to the Green Bay game, but I think it's the last time any of us had a really pleasant memory offensively of things.
It was quite pleasant, wasn't it?
Well, he had a couple of those throws. Who did he hit in the end zone? He had one throw into the end zone where he had a triangle of defenders around his receiver. Normally that's a Bo. That was
Troy Franklin.
It was the dig route.
Yeah. But he didn't care. He threw it anyway. He's got to play that way. You're going to have a couple of those.
Agreed. Now how much does the good old-fashioned Empower Field swirling wind play into that as well?
Right.
Have we said the name Evan Engram this week?
Not really.
Yeah.
And now Caleb Lohner's active. What the heck's going on?
Is Caleb Lohner in 2026 the equivalent of the Audric Estime omission a year ago?
Going with Tyler Bidet.
You know what? I feel like a bidet today.
You do?
That's what I think. So Caleb Lohner, strangely, during
training camp. So you don't literally need to go and see
No. I actually
you don't need a dude wife?
Fairly well kept currently.
All right.
But Caleb Lohner during training
regularity
camp,
update, everybody.
Did you ever sense that Sean had any type of affinity for the player? That's the thing that's wild about it.
I think we were all so excited to watch that guy, and I can't remember one play, to be honest with you. I think I remember one nice touchdown catch from the camp, the spring camp days. I don't remember anything in training camp that made me go, oh, they're going to use him a lot this year. Oh, he's going to be active come playoff week.
Sean was even a bit snarky when asked about Caleb Lohner during training camp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, apparently he gets a uniform tomorrow.
Could it be a special teams, some form of a special teams decision?
Maybe. I don't know.
He's a kick blocker because he's so damn tall.
Could be that.
Take advantage of Matt Prater's weird quad and calf thing that he's got going on, and maybe you can have Caleb Lohner block a kick.
Could be a kick block situation, which is real in playoff football.
Find any edge you can find. Maybe the Riz man's been working him out every single day in practice, and maybe they think they got something.
I worked with a linebacker coach named Pete Hansen whose dad was Jim Harbaugh's high school head football coach at Palo Alto High School, and Pete ended up being on the staff with Vic Fangio. He's kind of right. Pete Hansen actually was here in Denver at one point. He's about 6'7", 6'8", and he played for the Arizona Wildcat basketball team as essentially like the 10th, 11th man. He came over and played for Dick Tomey, and he was truly a field goal PAT block specialist only.
Well, this is the time of year where you find those guys, right?
And he ended up getting I think it was almost double digits in his career.
Well, that's kind of interesting that you'd point that out. I mean, if they think Lohner can somehow jump high in the middle with that. Matt Prater's banged up. I'm assuming he's going to be the guy. Maybe that really what the read is? They think they can maybe block a point or
seriously,
or a low field goal?
What if Rizman, because again, it's playoff week and they've had 2 weeks, so all Darren Rizzi has been doing is staring at film of kickers.
He's been leveraging.
And he must be
too soon.
Well, he had an email too. He's been leveraging too. But
I did an interview.
But he also he very well could have looked at it and said, hey, I see a slightly lower trajectory out of Matt Prater right now. Maybe this is something we could take advantage of.
Didn't Rizzi tell us that he had 80 blocks in the bag or something that year?
Yes.
What, it's something like that, something ridiculous?
He's got a lot of blocks.
How many blocks your special teams guys ever have? 80?
3. Block right, block left, middle block.
Right.
Go and block.
Go and block.
Jump as high as you possibly can and hope that you block this thing. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're live at Jackson's Bud Light. They are here. The promo team is here, and you can sign up because we're going to give away a pair of tickets for Broncos Bills tomorrow at 2:30. You can be there. Maybe you're going to win tickets this afternoon right here at Jackson's, but the only way to do it is by being here. So come hang out with us this afternoon on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Let's talk about a matchup here.
You haven't done it all week. Are you not going to give me one? Come on now.
Hold on. Get Andy in there. Come on, Spring. Oh, Andy.
Broncos. There it is.
There it is.
It is pretty dang good.
It's pretty good.
Give it a go.
It's only 3 o'clock hour. I'm warming up. Bills tight ends against Broncos linebackers. All right. Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid. Those guys are pretty good. That is a quality selection. Combined for 7 catches, and the Bucco won last year in the playoff game in Buffalo. Last week, Allen targeted Kincaid 5 times, Knox 3 times. Kincaid was a little bit banged up this year, but Kincaid is definitely, tight end 1. Knox is tight end 2, but they can both be problems for you. Buffalo was 5th in receiving yards to running backs and tight ends this season. Denver gave up the 9th most yards to tight ends during the regular season. Matchup to exploit. All right, let's get into the big picture of this thing. Is this Buffalo offense, as weird and kind of unconventional as it is, although it's becoming more conventional in the modern NFL, asked Sean McVay about it, 12 and 13 personnel, far less dependent on their wide receivers, a tight end and running back heavy kind of group, that maybe Denver's substantial coverage advantage is neutralized in this game because the Bills don't have any wide receivers anyway. Sandman, is there the potential that what Buffalo does could be a poison pill for the Bronco defense?
It certainly could. It's going to require a big game out of Justin Strnad because he's going to be tasked with coverage, whether it be on the tight end position, the running back position. Tight end group is very unique to me, and I know Knox and Kincaid are the 2 names that just fly off all of our tongues, right? Yeah. For good reason. They're established players. They both had over 35 catches on the year, and they combined for 9 touchdowns on the season. They are a great tandem. Either one of them, are they in the Brock Bowers conversation? No. Not necessarily, but both of them, are they better than what you have in Denver? You betcha.
Yeah.
They are certainly better. Now, I don't think the conversation stops with just the 2 of them at the tight end position. Hearing some conversation this week, Strnad talked about it in his press availability, talked about Jackson Hawes, their 3rd tight end, and even Kaleki Latu. They have 4 tight ends, so you might see the dreaded 14 personnel, which means 1 running back and 4 tight ends.
That'd be sick.
But it's not out of the realm of possibility.
And it's going to give your pass rush fits for days, man.
It's a good idea to counteract the athleticism
right.
and the twitch and I'd call them a little bit lighter in the pants version of the Denver Broncos edge players.
Yeah.
None of them are massive humans.
And Allen gets going in the quick game, and suddenly your pass rush gets neutralized.
Here, I thought Chad Brown was chatting with the morning guys today, and he made some good points I don't like too. He said he also thinks that in this game, Josh Allen may hold the ball and may take a couple sacks in the process, but it'll pay off in I'll get my deep shots. And I'll get to take some of the shots that you and I talked about.
I'll get my PI on Riley Moss.
I'll get my PI where you hand me a couple chunk plays just off the way you cover, and I'll live with it because your 7-yard sack is not going to outduel all he needs is 2 or 3 30, 40-yard flip-the-field gains, and then all of a sudden you got a problem, right? Broncos defense has got to be up to the task. I hope the tight ends don't get them this game.
Also, in some ways, Khalil Shakir is clearly very much a slot guy, and he's probably going to be a big Jaquan McMillan matchup in this game. But can old-ass Brandon Cooks put up a Parker Washington kind of game the way that Washington did against Denver this year when he went for buck 45?
You know what I saw from Brandon Cooks against Jacksonville? He had a couple impactful plays.
Yeah.
One chunk play, I think it was like a 20-some-odd yard.
Well, it was the 36-yarder.
36-yarder.
Allen was backpedaling, an unbelievable throw.
Where I saw him kind of getting into some type of a flow was against free access coverage looks, which is soft off and soft zone coverage. Man, at this age and his ability to create separation, the Broncos are going to be up in the wide receiver's kitchen.
Yeah, it should
be. It's going to require great safety and linebacker coverage on those tight ends because I think they're going to struggle at receiver.
Are one of those tight ends, are one of them worth the Surtain cover? Are the tight ends more of a concern than the receiver at this point? Because, again, I don't think you need to put Surtain on Brandon Cooks, do you?
No,
he'll see that matchup. But he'll see that matchup from time to time.
Here
But he's
and
not
there,
going to
no.
shadow
You wouldn't follow him around.
You're not going to be upset if Riley Moss gets him here and there. Right?
You like Riley Moss against Keon Coleman. You like Riley Moss again, or Jaquan McMillan against slot player Khalil Shakir. You feel fine about your matchups, and then.
But this is a little bit of what we're talking about, though. Is that like in some ways the Surtain advantage almost gets cut down because they don't have that guy,
unless they pull the Lindahl. And they have PS2 mirror around one of the two tight ends.
Yeah.
Whoever the better, more proficient pass-catching tight end that's on the field at the current time.
I would say is Kincaid.
Kincaid for sure.
Yeah.
And he's younger. He was drafted to be a prolific pass-catching tight end, and they've been able to optimize Knox as well. Those two are good, and that is hard when you have a two-headed monster at the tight end position. There really aren't any easy, simple coverage solutions for them because what happens is they're lined up in the run fit, right? Because they're in the box or near the box in the slot. And so you have to use players like safeties and nickels, linebackers that are in conflict. So are my eyes on the guard? Am I reading the guard and what he does at the snap? Or am I looking specifically at a man player? And if you play too much man, and we've had this conversation too many times, if you play too much man, Vance Joseph overrelies on it, it's Josh Allen.
Yeah, there goes Josh Allen taking off down the field. It's Kreckman and Lindahl along with Mike Sanford. We're live at Jackson's Loto. Crowd is great in here. Get out here, hang out, sign up to win Broncos-Bills tickets. Bud Light's giving away one pair of tickets for the Broncos and the Bills playoff game tomorrow at 2:30. You want to be there, you want to win tickets, you got to get down to Jackson's and Lodo and sign up. Oh, man, we're going to have some fun on a Friday afternoon. Pre-playoff game show. We're doing headlines when we come back. What are going to be the Monday headlines? We'll bounce them off each other next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, we're here. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, Bud Light Football Friday, and we play ska on Friday. Voodoo Glow Skulls for you right there. Mike Sanford, Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman live at Jackson's in Loudoun. Come see us today and sign up to win Broncos-Bills tickets, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. We got a pair of tickets to give away, but the only way you can win is to be here and to sign up. Plus, the Bills fans are out here representing. The Broncos fans are starting to pick it up a little bit, but you're still outnumbered by Bills fans right now, who we should add are perfectly lovely people.
Yes and no.
I mean, you can't paint with a broad brush with every group. Okay, there's always got to be a couple of turds in the punch bowl, but for the most part, everybody is having a great time.
Can I have admission of my own Bills experience?
Do you have a Bills grudge?
Not really. It's the opposite.
Okay.
A little bit of I had a Bills crush because I love adversity. I find it. I look for it.
Okay.
That's why I took the job at CU, man. It was a perfect opportunity just to stare 1-11 right down the eye and
just
say,
to get your ass
I
kicked.
can't wait for this, right? So my dad was coaching at USC during the, I believe it was one of the Bills' Super Bowl losses, and it was at the Rose Bowl.
So you would have been at the game.
Well, I wasn't at the game because we didn't college coaching salaries weren't quite what they are now back in 1990.
They didn't hook up somebody on the USC staff?
It was at UCLA. It was at the Rose Bowl.
Oh,
so
yeah. No, they
however, guess my dad's facility that he was coaching at was played host for the week to the Buffalo Bills. And so we were able to go and watch practice and hang out. And I got to meet Marv Levy as a youngster. And he was about as gracious and good of a human being as I've ever been around. And I'll never forget just he would grab players. Like he grabbed Bruce Smith, say, hey, come over here. And so I kind of liked the Bills when I was a youngster.
A kindly grandfatherly presence in Marv Levy.
You know what I loved about Marv Levy? My dad got him like in the locker room. He had his shirt off. He had serious taco meat on the chest, man. I mean, just elevated. And then I'll never forget. Great Star of David gold necklace on Marv Levy.
Okay.
Hanging, it was about 2 inches removed from his body because of the taco meat he had going. It's really good. Just a great look, man. He's the kind of guy that at a YMCA in the locker room would be a leg up changer in conversation.
Oh, without a doubt.
You know?
No, if you're a football coach of that era, you know, the comfort in a locker room, how secure they feel in nudity of that generation is really something to behold.
Their comfort is what makes everybody else uncomfortable.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yes.
He's that guy.
Yes.
What are you going to do? You're not going to tell him.
There was a nice moment on Hard Knocks this year. Remember when Marv Levy called up Sean McDermott? You know, McDermott's slathering himself up in sunscreen and getting his, his urban sombrero on to wear out to practice.
And now hold on. I thought it was McDermott called Levy because I felt like Levy was like, all right, great, thank you. He gave him like the 3, we're done with this, thank you.
All right,
I thought Levy's like, I got a golf game, pal. Go coach your team.
I got a Swanson's in the microwave. Yeah. I got to get back to it.
I have a what is that? What is that? Shoot! What is that breakfast sandwich guy that's always on there? The frozen breakfast sandwich guy.
Jimmy Dean.
Jimmy Dean.
Oh,
that's a Mara Lee special right there.
Nobody makes sausage like Jimmy Dean.
Oh man, Jerry Jones puts salt on those things. All right, guys, headlines time. Let's do it. Let's go around the table. What's going to be the headline on Monday after this game? We start with Mike Sanford. What do you got for me?
The headline is going to be audible. You're going to be able to hear it.
Ooh.
And it's going to be the Broncos!
The Broncos! The Broncos!
And it's going to be the revenge tour. The Broncos revenge tour against Buffalo.
Revenge of the Broncos?
Subtitle.
Yeah.
Or subheadline. Bo Nix outduels Josh Allen.
Bo Nix.
Josh Allen
outduels Josh Allen.
I don't know why.
But it's going to end with a question mark.
I kind of felt like Spring was going to go with a trio of Josh Allens there. I don't know why. I was expecting another Josh Allen right after that.
We have had such
Yeah.
restraint on the buttons this week from
Well,
Mark Springer?
I just think that Spring.
Number one, I think that Spring. I think he laid it all on the under and he's cashing in.
Well, that is true.
Yeah,
that's a good call.
If we know Mark Springer, he's pulling a college basketball all over this thing.
He's got personal motivation.
Build up anticipation. You know,
he's point shaving something here right here.
He's like a mid-major college basketball. It's like he plays at North Carolina A&T.
Yeah,
and he knows like we got to lose by more than 12 tonight.
Yep. And so he is not hitting his free throws.
Yeah, we know that.
But he keeps going and getting the ball to be fouled for the free throws.
Revenge tour. Bo Nix outduels Josh Allen.
All right.
What does an outduel look like, by the way? Give me a stat line on Bo Nix when he outduels Josh Allen.
17 of 24.
Ooh, efficient.
271 yards.
271.
1 touchdown.
1 tutty.
32 yards rushing, 1 touchdown.
Ooh, okay. So he does it in the air and on the ground.
Which is very Josh Allen.
I was going to say, he's going to out Josh Allen.
What's the Josh Allen stat line?
Josh Allen.
21 of 38.
Inefficient.
Wow, okay.
That's really inefficient.
322 yards.
Okay.
1 touchdown, 1 interception, sacked 4 times.
Yeah, I could see it. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
You know, if you heard Nate's stat, Josh Allen and the Bills have not turned the ball over
Allen
in the playoffs since when? 2023? 2022.
In the playoffs. Yep.
That's an impressive run.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Also, this would be a bit of history because since 2020, the Bills are 8-0 in the postseason as long as the opposing quarterback isn't somebody named Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow. Yeah, those are the only kryptonites, so we could put Bo Nix on that list.
They ain't afraid of Lamar Jackson.
No.
Do you want mine or do you want to wait?
Let's have it. Headline me up, my friend.
I got one right now. We can do a few more later if you want. My go-to headline. Unbelievable. Bo Nix and Broncos pull off another late-game comeback. Move on to AFC Championship.
Unbelievable. Another late-game comeback for Bo Nix and the Broncos.
Last possession.
Okay.
Moves you ahead kind of situation. And the final score, 6-3 on a field goal. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I hope
Hammer
I'm kidding.
that under.
I really hope I'm kidding.
Okay, you're going unbelievable, and you like a fourth-quarter victory. Good stat from DMac earlier today, by the way. Josh Allen, 18 fourth-quarter touchdown passes this season.
Josh Allen?
Dude's pretty good that time of game. Unbelievable. So we got Revenge of the Broncos and unbelievable so far. You guys know me. I over-prepare for these things. I have.
I feel like you've got the headline, the subheading, and the article written.
I'm already ready. Okay, I've got 3 of them. 2 of them, Broncos fans will really like. 1 of them, they may not. Okay, but the reason why I have 2 that they'll like is because I do think the Broncos are going to win this game. Headline number 1: cooked. Broncos shut down vaunted Bills run game.
Okay.
Advance to AFC Championship.
It's the path forward.
Cooked.
That's how you do it.
Shut down vaunted Bills run game. Advance to AFC Championship. Number 2. Just a dab will do ya. Josh Allen cries into arms of Broncos fan wife.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Just a dab will do ya.
In order to put that in the headline, though, don't we have to see the actual?
Do you have to pay the Brill
moment?
Cream people?
So the dab has nothing to do with.
Remember her dabbing?
She's dabbing.
It has nothing to do with
Remember
it doesn't double as a Colorado State flower type dab.
He just has a dab of yardage because he has a bad game.
What is a dab?
Just a little something.
It's this thing.
A little dab will do you right.
Yeah, it was the Brill Cream ad.
Yeah.
Just a dab will do you.
In the state of Colorado, unique to Colorado, what does the term dab mean?
You know, I got out of the game before all that stuff. Started happening.
What the hell are you talking about? What are you getting at?
I know what he's talking about, and
I've heard it.
I got to tell you, man, like that's one of those where I look at the kids and I'm like, how high do you need to be? Okay, this stuff works no matter what no matter what way you use it.
So what you're telling me is no matter what,
Yeah.
a dab will do you.
And then finally,
it's potent. It's potent wax,
potent.
shatter, or butter.
Yeah.
Type substance.
Again, my question, how high do you need to be?
So you understood it.
Yes. I knew what you were talking about. And finally, the one that you don't want. Orange flush.
Uh-oh.
Sean Payton and Bo Nix waste historically great Broncos defense.
Wow. That
Orange
one hurt.
flush. Sean Payton and Bo Nix waste historically great Broncos defense.
What's the score of that game?
Doesn't matter. You
27
lose,
to
you
13.
lose. Yeah.
That's it. Did you hear me?
Yeah. 31-7. That's the score of that game.
27-13 with 2 or 3 offensive turnovers for the Broncos.
Yeah. No, nobody needs that at all. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It is a Friday afternoon. We're live at Jackson's on a Bud Light Football Friday. By the way, that one's not going to happen. We're going to flush that headline is what we're going to do. But we're with you today until 6 o'clock. Adam Rank, NFL Network, coming up here on the other side. Jeff Legwald ahead at 4:20. We continue to get the takes from all over the place. Adam Rank is always a huge Broncos homer. He's fun to have on the show. He joins us next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's jump right out to the Ramos Law hotline right now. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. And a Ska Friday and a Bud Light Football Friday live at Jackson's in Lodo, where you can sign up to win Broncos-Bills tickets from our friends at Bud Light. But we welcome our friend Adam Rank of NFL.com and NFL Network into the show right now. All right, Adam, if somebody were to pick the Broncos in this game, they would get the healthier team. They would get the rested team. They would get the home team. They would get the better defense. They would get the more complete roster. And they would get the group that is led by a future Hall of Fame head coach in Sean Payton. If somebody were to pick the Bills, well, then they get Josh Allen, which is not a bad consolation prize. When you made your pick on this game, which direction did you lean?
Oh, give me the Bills. Kidding.
Nah.
Of course I didn't pick the Bill. Are you kidding me? There's no way. I'm not on this journey just to bail because of the public sentiment or the odds makers in Las Vegas are sitting here determining that the Bills are the favorite. You know what? This is one of the things. I'm actually glad it's working out this way because I fear for the moment that people finally accept that the Denver Broncos are a great football team and start to back them. You know what? If you're not going to be on this week, never be on. Never be on and never get behind them and go out there and support whoever you support, but you're not going to be supporting the Denver Broncos.
You know, Adam, and I feel like we've had you on this show so often because you're the lone voice nationally sometimes, certainly a lot of the times in NFL Network, even though I know Cynthia Freeland does work here in Denver and also supports the team, but you always seem to like the Broncos. What has got you feeling good about them this week?
You know, a lot of the reasons that you laid out right there, if you want to look at it from the health standpoint, it's obviously pointing in the Broncos' direction. But even all things being equal and everything that you look at, the Buffalo Bills have not been able to stop anybody on the ground this season, and I think that there is going to be a huge opportunity for Denver to go out there and attack them on the ground, and not just R.J. Harvey and the running attack and everything like that, but people often forget how great of an athlete Bo Nix is. And so if you sit there and you try to get a little too cute, you let him sneak out, he's going to go out there and hit you with some big plays on the ground with his feet. I'm curious how they're going to play it because obviously I think that Sean has kind of held them – I don't want to say held him back, but has been very protective, maybe not letting him – freelance as much until it's absolutely necessary in the fourth quarter. But I think we could see a different animal this week, and we could see Bo Nix fully operational.
Adam, Mike Sanford here, resident, native of Seal Beach, California, birthplace of ska. I know you're from right down the road there in Huntington Beach, California, so shout out from another SoCal Orange County guy. But
yeah,
Going at this matchup from a defensive line standpoint, what do you think the impact of Ed Oliver's return might mean for a defense that's been giving up 5.1 yards per carry on the ground?
No, it's no coincidence that Buffalo has been very, very porous in the defensive line ever since Ed Oliver went down. But at the same time, you're still asking for a player to return and immediately be the guy that he was before his injury. This isn't Madden. This isn't like, okay, well, my 99 rated player's returning. He's going to go back and he's going to be at a 99. You see that all the way around. You see these guys, when they return from injuries, it takes them a little bit of time. Now, his presence will help out. There's no doubt about that for me. But at the same time, I would still expect the Broncos to be able to go out there and establish the game on the ground and really, try to exert their will. I know that Denver has, from time to time, maybe not started off as quickly as a lot of people would have liked, but I do think there's a real opportunity here, especially with all the rest. You got a Buffalo team that not only is beleaguered by injuries, but they had to go on the road in the heat in Jacksonville. They play a game there. They go back to Buffalo. Now they're going to Denver to play in the altitude on a short week. A lot of this leads me to believe that Denver can go out there and get a little bit of a lead going, and then hopefully put this team away.
Adam Rank, NFL Network, our guest. Adam, you're a big fantasy guy. If somebody is putting together a DFS lineup for tomorrow, who's a Bronco that you like in this matchup against Buffalo?
Oh, that's a great question. I would. I know that it's tough because R.J. Harvey would be super chalky, but I think that's the way that I got to go. I got to go with the ground game right there. Although I mean, you know what? Honestly, because everybody would be on Josh Allen, I would love to fade it and do the contrarian play and go with Bo Nix. Like, if you're looking at all the matchups this weekend and you're looking at the quarterback, the truest contrarian play, which I feel like nobody is going to be on, I can't imagine anybody taking C.J. Stroud, but Bo Nix is a good fade or a good contrarian play, but also gives you a lot of upside. And again, I think he's going to give you a lot of upside with the rushing attack. I see somewhere around 40 rushing yards. So for me, I would love to get Bo Nix into those lineups.
All right, everybody says this is so wide open this year, and I don't think any of us can agree. I can disagree. I don't think there's really a dominant team. How much do you think experience is going to play in as we set the Super Bowl matchup down the stretch here?
You know, I'm really curious about that too, because I wonder in Duval last week if that was something that kind of really benefited the Buffalo Bills, because you saw a team at the end of the game that was very poised, didn't make mistakes. You saw the tush push from 9 yards out. And I think that's an experience thing where it really comes into play that, you know, Josh Allen and this Buffalo Bills team has been in a lot of playoff battles, and they've lost to some of the best quarterbacks in the league, including Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. I think Lamar Jackson got him at one point. No, he never did. Okay, yeah. But it's one of those things where experience is good, but you still have Sean Payton. And I don't think that people really understand the true value that Sean Payton has brought to this organization. Like, I know that you know this as well as anybody, but I always feel like I have to remind people on a national level. I'm like, do you understand that this team was still is in salary cap hell, so much dead money. Think about all the picks they gave up for not only Russell Wilson, they had to give up a pick for Sean Payton. So I know that nothing beats experience as it going out and actually doing it, but having somebody like Sean Payton on the sideline, and if I'm sitting there and I'm looking, I'm like, we got Sean Payton on one side, we got Sean McDermott on the other. Like, it's so overwhelming. It's such an overwhelming advantage for Sean Payton. I feel really confident about that one.
Speaking of Sean Payton, Adam, did you happen to hear the 3 myths that Sean Payton was set out to debunk?
No, what were they? How did I miss this? What did he do?
So myth number 1 was that home field advantage matters. Myth number 2 was rest is going to lead to a fast start. Myth number 3 was experience in the postseason is important. And Sean essentially set out to debunk all 3 myths. Of those 3 myths that Sean Payton debunked, which one do you actually subscribe most to?
Well, I will tell you, I think the thing about, it's funny because, like, the rest does not, I agree, the rest does not lead to a quick start. If anything, we've seen a lot of teams take that week off and you're like, oh my God, what are these guys doing? They can't even, they're not moving, they're not getting going. I think that's the biggest one. I think that, for a lot of these teams, it takes them a little bit of time to get into championship football. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to go out there, you got to swing with a team that's out there with the most important prize on the line. So I really, and again, this is something that Denver at times has struggled with, is getting off to a quick start. So they really got to make that an emphasis here. But I still at the same time hope that Sean can be a little bit more patient, really try to establish the run. Don't bail on that too quickly. But I agree, like that is a myth I would get rid of. But although I will say the home field advantage, especially in Denver, like, people don't like coming to Denver to play football. There's a reason why. It's a lovely town, but it's very difficult to play in that altitude.
All right, Adam. I want you to just keep – I told you, I always love the That Helps No One segment. Caleb Lohner got activated. This is a kid out of Utah. Your ultimate That Helps No One name tomorrow could be Caleb Lohner if somehow the Broncos decide to play a guy that hasn't been active all year and we forgot was even on the roster. Just keep that in mind at tight end. So there you go.
Caleb Lohner is now amongst friends because that helps no one.
Adam, man, good stuff. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the game. Thank you for the continued support of the Denver Broncos. They need it on the national stage. So keep carrying that torch, waving that flag. And, hey, we'll talk to you next week before the AFC Championship.
Absolutely my pleasure. We'll make it a date. I will see you then.
All right, Adam Rank, NFL Network, stopping by the show.
It does a great Bears podcast. If you're
Yeah.
a Bears fan, check him out on YouTube.
Yeah, if you like surviving Bears games every single week with Caleb Williams and company, go ahead and check that out. Bears Rams coming up here on Sunday. We haven't even talked about like a single other game this week.
Why do we need to?
Exactly. Screw those guys.
Well, I mean, I do think Seattle San Fran is going to be a little bit entertaining. That's intriguing. Do we have any more insight into what's going on with Sam Darnold? Like, is that a real
it's an
deal?
oblique.
His oblique
And the
hurts.
only thing I could say is it's an overuse strain from playing quarterback. I used to get a strained oblique every training camp that I had from high school until college. It just nags you, but you play through it. You sometimes get so bad that you end up having to get a nice little Toradol shot in there and break up the swelling. But I mean, he's going to play.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it.
He's all right.
Because I don't love Drew Lock, Seahawks.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it.
Stinks.
Houston, New England. Who's a worse matchup in the AFC Championship for Denver?
I think Houston.
Yeah? That defense is vicious.
Because again, it would be kind of fun to watch. What if
two teams just bludgeon each other?
How crazy would it be if somehow the Final Four ended up being Sam Darnold, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, and Drake May? 3 guys of the last draft class, and then the dude nobody wanted, that's the Resurrection Project. And you could have Caleb, you could have the number 1 and number 2 pick battling each other in the Super Bowl. You could have Bo battling the former number 1 pick. I mean,
could you imagine what that parlay would have paid if you would have made that wager in preseason? Holy smokes.
You could afford to live in Colorado.
Just goes to show you quarterback play is overrated. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're live at Jackson's Lodo. Jeff Legwold coming up here on the other side. Our last conversation with Leggy, previewing Broncos Bills coming up next. It's Bud Light Football Friday. You can win Broncos Bills tickets, but you got to get here to Jackson's and you got to sign up to win. It's packed, but I see a couple of tables available in the back.
There's room all over the place. Trust
That's
me.
right.
Come on down.
Come on.
Just come
Friday.
Come stand directly in front of us.
We
It's
need more
Altitude
orange,
Sports
don't we?
Radio
More orange.
92.5. Jackson's Lodo is the spot. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Mike Sanford, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Who?
Broncos!
There it is. The Broncos!
You can sign up to win a pair of tickets for Broncos Bills tomorrow, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. We'll do the giveaway. I don't know. Nobody's given me any details, but
listen, the
it'll happen this
Bud Light
afternoon.
People are running it. We're going to let them do it when they're ready to do it.
Exactly.
Although you and I usually do announce the name, don't we?
They make us announce, yeah, and then I inevitably make fun of the person's name.
Well,
and it becomes a whole thing.
Yeah, listen,
when
we
you
had a Karen once. What are you going to do?
When you got a bit, you lean into it. Jeff Legwold of ESPN, he's got a busy day ahead of himself tomorrow, covering Broncos and Bills out there at Mile High. Leggy is with us right now on a Friday afternoon, and Leggy, we start with this. What's the deal with Caleb Lohner? What's going on? What kind of mind games are Darren Rizzi and Sean Payton trying to play on us?
I don't know if it's mind games, but I would have. I think I've seen enough in practice that he would have been an intriguing red zone addition to the roster for me, even if his route tree was limited, or even and you'd be tipping plays probably when you brought him in. But he's a rare athlete, and I think he could have scored some touchdowns this year. But that's just my little Timmy the sports writer scouting report on that. But it's probably one of two. They either have a very specific plan for him in some special teams role, or even in the offense, or sometimes if your roster is healthy, the way the Broncos are, every player on the active roster practiced this week. So that is rare health for a team this late in the season. If you're that healthy, sometimes it can be a little bump for a guy who's been on the practice squad all season and didn't get an elevation. So it can be a lot of things. But I'm intrigued by it. I hope he's active, and I hope he gets to play in the game because I liked him coming out. I like the athleticism, and I've got to believe an NFL coach can find a way to turn a guy with that kind of length and vertical jump into a red zone option.
All right. You know what? I would definitely take that if they can get that going, because let's be honest, the tight ends production, again, despite getting a joker, as we were all promised, that tight end production's been a little bit lacking in my book, but whatever. What is, as we get to the end of the week, you've told us all the breakdown, you got to test the edge on these guys, the run defense isn't great, on and on and on. Who do you think is the main featured back tomorrow? Is it going to remain R.J. Harvey? Does he surprise us with an actual healthy dose of Jaleel McLaughlin?
I don't know that they've had a featured back for a little bit, but
fair enough, Leggy.
I think it's, Harvey's in the, they tag plays for personnel. Sean's very big on tagging very specific groupings and plays for specific personnel. And, Harvey's still getting tagged for more plays than the rest of the guys. So, but I do think Jaleel has opened their eyes a bit that every time he touches the ball, I think he's easily their most decisive runner at the moment. And he's frankly been the most productive of late. So I think we're in the same old riddle. They say they want to get the ball in the hands of guys like that more, and then we don't always see that. Mims will continually be the exhibit A for that. But, and I think honestly, and Mike, you've called plays, but I think the quick perimeter shot to Mims is really a run play that could work against these guys. That, some pin and pull I think would be great in the run game against these guys. Anything where you can fold the corner on this defense with Jaleel or Mims or even Harvey, I think it's going to work. And I think the only reason the Broncos are playing the Bills tomorrow is because Jacksonville didn't do it enough.
Yeah, and especially with a defense that's fairly banged up, particularly in the back end. Jordan Poyer, a huge part of the run defense is probably, he and Cole Bishop have had to tidy up some things that maybe have gotten screwed up on the edge. What do you think what would be the reason that the Denver Broncos don't run the football more than 15 times tomorrow? Would there be any reason for that? And I'm talking about real designed handoff runs.
Yeah, I mean, Jacksonville, I thought the same thing, but Jacksonville had 14 carries by their running backs in that game. And, Tootin, I think he had 47 yards on 3 consecutive carries.
He had 4 carries in the game. It was a miscarriage of football justice.
He touches the ball one more time in the game, and that the Broncos have to avoid. But you do that because of what Lee and Cone did, and Sean Payton can't do. You cannot fall in love with the idea of like in hockey, that the power play goal doesn't count unless it's a one-timer and the goalie doesn't move. If you're more interested in being pretty and all of the rest of it, you get sucked in, or you get too enamored with the fact, okay, they're missing safeties, so now we're going to attack. We're going to attack those areas of the field. The only thing the Bills really do well on defense is disguise coverage looks in the passing game, and to allow them to do that and not have to commit a safety to the line of scrimmage I think that would be a bad move and for the Broncos. And I think if they get the running backs up into the 20s, get them into the 20s, I think you're having a nice balanced day where you're controlling the issue.
Leggy, this is a follow-up to the run game question, because the West Coast offense in these complex systems will go in with 3 calls. You'll have the lead call, which could be a run, and then a can or a kill, and then maybe an alert for an egregious look. And a lot of the onus goes on the quarterback position to get into the right call, and sometimes it's get out of a said run. Do you sense at all that has been any part of that equation as it relates to Bo Nix that Sean Payton hasn't been pleased with the run game in particular? Or do you think it's just more preference of throwing the football and throwing the quick screen game from Sean Payton over potentially Bo Nix's involvement in checking the run game?
I think it's probably the latter. I think it's Sean he believes in switching out personnel, every play. He believes in moving around the play card. He doesn't, I've watched play callers through the years, just hammer away with the same 3 plays because nobody stops them. That's not really in his vein. He doesn't really do that much, even when things are going great. So I think a lot of it is him. I think the other part of it, Mike, is I think they get in trouble sometimes because they have the kill or can call and then the alert calls when they don't get Bo to the line of scrimmage quick enough. If they're too slow in the huddle, if they're too slow switching the personnel out, I think that's when things get frustrating for Bo and the offense, because he can't get to all of the things they'd like to get to, and they end up snapping sometimes when they're not in the play they want to be in, but there's 2 on the play clock and you just got to live with it.
Yeah, this isn't a week for frustration and sideline squabbles, that's for sure. Jeff Legwald of ESPN is presented by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Let's flip to the other side, the matchup of this Broncos defense against Joe Brady and Josh Allen. Leggy, if you had to point to a single individual on this Broncos defense and say, he is the most important in this matchup, who would you say it is?
It's kind of a toughie. I guess I'd
That's what I'm here for, Leggy.
Which is a cop-out, but I think Nick Benito, Dre Greenlaw would be my composite.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is because, their only real chance on offense is to get the Allen-Cook combination going. And then they control down and distance on you. You can't let them do that, but you got to keep Allen where you can find him. You got to keep him in the pocket. You got to keep him from vertical escapes. You got to keep him from off schedule. And I think it's very telling that the 2 opponents who marry line of scrimmage, run defense, and coverage and rush the best that the Bills have faced this year sacked Allen the most times. Houston got him 8 times. Philly got him 5 times. And both of those defenses can control you in the middle at the point of attack in the run game, and they can keep your quarterback where they can find him. And I think that's what the Broncos do well, but they need high-end days from everybody because, the trouble starts when Allen's off schedule and moving. And if you let them have 3rd and 2s, 3rd and 3s, 3rd and 1s, that's not where you want to be with a team that can run the ball if you let them.
Real quickly, Leggy, what do you know about the Broncos' preparation for the tush push this week and how much focus they put into it and what they want to do personnel-wise there?
Well, I think they're trying to make sure they have the right personnel groupings. I think it's big that everyone is healthy and they have choices. There really isn't much strategic there. You just have to find a way to keep those internal guys, make them have to go out 2 gaps to find the space. Don't give them the gap. You can't give them the 7-yard quarterback sneak right over the A gap. You can't give them that one. You got to make them have to hunt for the gap. So I think they want to control that middle 3 area and see if you can just at least get a little stalemate going there. So he has to churn a little bit.
Leggy, if you're a Bronco fan, should you be concerned that today's wind may stick through at least what I guess Chris Bianchi told the midday show the first half tomorrow?
Well, I guess I'd say, well, then you should run the ball more. But that'd just be my.
Nate said he did wonder, would that mean it's going to be, that'll help Sean stick to the game plan there?
I will throw out to you, if we're in the reading the tea leaves business,
Love
he did
those.
talk the other day after practice how excited he was that they had thrown the ball so well in the wind. So I'll just leave that with you.
I don't like that, Leggy. I don't know that I like that. Hey, real quick, before we let you go, every year you and I have done, countless, because you've been joining my radio shows for a decade and a half. Are you shocked by how many coaches got let go in this cycle, Leggy? We always do this thing, but holy cow, what are we up to, 10? 10? 10.
It's gotten too emotional. The whole process has gotten too owners are too emotional. There's too much responding to this social media, whatever. But it's weird out there. A friend of mine, I covered the Steelers way back, so I still know a lot of people there. And he sent me some clips where people are celebrating on the radio that Tomlin has stepped down as coach. A guy who never had a losing season in 19 years and won a Super Bowl. Look, I grant you, he's lost, it's been many years since they've had a playoff win. I got it. But he didn't have a losing season for 19 years. And people were saying it's the best day of my life as a fan.
Well, they're chanting "Fire Mike Tomlin."
It's become like people just want blood.
Yeah.
And I don't think about. I always tell people about. I know in the business when they're frustrated with their jobs and want to quit or walk out or yell at the boss, and I say, well, your first step is tell me what you're going to do tomorrow. And I would always ask a team. You can get rid of a coach, but tell me what you're doing tomorrow. I don't want to hear that you're putting the search together after you fire the guy. You should have a plan. But the fact that Harbaugh and Tomlin are out, I don't think Tomlin walks away if he doesn't feel all of the angst around the team. And I just think it's too emotional. There aren't 10 qualified candidates ready to be head coaches. And you're just doing this again in 2 years, a lot of these teams.
Jeff Legwold, the most qualified candidate. We talk to him every Monday, every Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll talk to him Monday after Broncos Bills. Leggy, I'm gonna do the thing. I haven't done this to you all year long, but I'm gonna do
the score.
I'm not picking
a score.
I don't want to score. I simply want you to allude to. Are we talking about an AFC Championship, or are we talking about the draft when you join us on Monday?
I think this defense is good enough to talk about an AFC Championship.
There it is, Jeff Legwold,
Leggy.
everybody. ESPN.com. Leggy, thanks,
So
pal.
emotional. He's just so emotional. He's like all these owners.
Clinical, man. Clinical. That's how my guy does it right there. Won't be swayed by the winds in the slightest bit. Jeff Legwold with us there on a Friday afternoon. Hey, we got the Avalanche and the Predators tonight at Ball Arena. You can hear all the action on 92.5. Pregame coverage starts at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. That's Mike Sanford. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We're live at Jackson's Lodo on a Bud Light Football Friday. You still have time to get down and sign up to win Broncos-Bills tickets, so hustle over here. We got a great crowd in here. We got Broncos and Bills fans co-mingling. Cats and dogs hanging out right here at Jackson's Lodo. You can do the same, so come see us. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because we give away tickets. We've got tickets for Nuggets Grizzlies February 11th at Ball Arena. You want to win those tickets, you got to sign up. By the way, catered suite tickets for you. So make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And check out all the auctions that are available for you to be able to bid right now, including a phenomenal selection of reconditioned power tools. I love when they put these auctions up at Roller Auction. Right now I'm looking at this selection of Makita circular saws and reciprocating saws. Sawzalls, if you will. That's right. Go to Roller Auction right now. That's roller.bid and check out all of these items. Guys, tools are through the roof at the big box stores. You can get great deals on reconditioned power tools right now at roller.bid, and you got to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because you can win Nuggets tickets from us. Get on it. Drinking game coming up at 5:20. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Just a thought as everyone's hanging out here at Jackson's Lodo. Also, by the way, we did get the update from the Bud Light people. 5:45. The giveaway is at 5:45. So you have another hour to get in here and to sign up to win Broncos Bills tickets. We'll do the giveaway at 5:45. We got a pair of tickets for tomorrow's game out at Mile High. So you got another hour. Stop by and see us. Great crowd here. A ton of Bills fans are in this place. Ton of Broncos fans are in this place.
Some Avs, too.
Yes.
Oh, the Avs people are getting ready
Avs
as well.
fans ready for tonight's game against the Preds. Random thought that I had earlier today. Are you a bad Broncos fan if you eat buffalo wings during the game tomorrow?
No.
No?
You know how you fix that?
Huh.
You put ranch on them.
That's what it is.
That's what I did.
You go ranch.
Make them mad. It's against their...
Is that like the Chicago people that get mad if you put ketchup on a dog thing?
Yeah.
That buffalo,
I think that's the same.
They're blue
sorta,
cheese only?
Right.
Okay.
You're hurting the lineage of the food.
So Coloradans, that's the get out of here with your red chili. We're green chili people in these parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I like a red chili. I got no problem. Red,
Sure.
green, whatever.
Sure. Yeah. I personally don't give a rip at all what you put on your hot dog.
Yeah.
I could care less.
Yeah, as long as it's not my hot dog.
Exactly.
Do whatever you want to.
You want to ruin your hot dog with ketchup? Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's your problem.
I mean, it makes it taste better. Whatever.
That's yeah. Like I said, if you want to ruin your hot dog, by all means. Broncos and Bills tomorrow. Guys, the coaching matchup in this game. Sean McDermott versus Sean Payton. Sean McDermott's won a lot of playoff games.
Really has.
He only has one less playoff win than Sean Payton.
Which is wild. Now, of course, he's done it all with this quarterback.
8.
Because, Buffalo isn't going to want to win a lot with E.J. Manuel or anything else like that.
Tyrod Taylor.
It is insane, by the way, when you think of the gap between the early 90s and the Josh Allen era of Bills football, just the death that it was. It goes to show you get a quarterback, you fix a lot of problems. But in this game, first off, Sandman, what did you think of McDermott's decision to have Josh Allen score on first down last week against Jacksonville rather than try and turtle with the football, go down, force the clock to run down under 25 seconds, and then have 3 downs to try and push it into the end zone? I thought it was a strategic mistake on the part of Sean McDermott, but it's also just the most risk-averse move. I'll take the touchdown when it's there.
Yeah, because on the other side, defensively, the Jaguars, you wonder, do they even want to defend the play?
Right.
Probably not.
It didn't really look like they did.
No, and that actually is called freeway.
Yeah.
I was actually wondering on the what was it, a 10-yard tush push?
Yes.
10-yard tush
I was
push.
wondering if that was actually freeway.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the safety or whatever the defensive back that decided to turn it down, he might have been instructed to do that.
It's very possible.
He ends up as part of a meme. But, I thought it was a strategic mistake because you can control that.
Yes.
You don't have to run a football play. You can take a knee.
Yeah.
Let it wind, and then all of a sudden go for it,
Yeah.
right?
It's an aggressive knee because you don't want to lose yardage, but it's almost the one where Josh Allen just kind of falls down in like fetal positions.
The burrow.
Right behind his center, and then you don't actually lose any yardage on the play.
Yeah, I was surprised by the reaction of Sean McDermott when Trevor Lawrence threw a pick the very next football play outside of he knew that he was saved.
Yeah.
And he pointed to the skies multiple times.
Right.
And it looked like a head coach that, and this is my problem with Sean McDermott. I rarely think that Sean McDermott, big picture, Super Bowl winning head coach wise, appears to be the ultimate confident head football coach. I feel like he's always kind of living in that, do I belong? Am I that type of a caliber of head football coach? And when you compare the battle of these two Seans, and Sean McVay being the other Sean that's involved in the postseason, I think that you do have the upper hand in terms of game management with Sean Payton, and I think it's pretty sizable.
It's Sean's specialty. That's where he thrives, is how do we win football games on the margins, because that's all his team has done all year long. The massive amount of one-score victories that this team has, is there an element of coin flip to it? Of course there is. But also, like, he's managed those situations damn near perfectly. I mean, can you guys recall a glaring Sean blew this game with a game management decision at any point this year? I mean, a leverage penalty, how the hell was he going to predict that, right? He hasn't really made one of those mistakes this year to blow a game. He's comfortable in that spot.
Look, I don't have an example if you're talking about a specific decision. By the way, I think you both are being a little hard on a guy that couldn't get to the Super Bowl last year because they could not push forward for an inch. I'm not surprised that he just took the dang. Yeah, but look, the bottom line is, this is a guy that's had the football gods be pretty cruel to him.
Yeah.
So I'm not shocked that you just took your points and would decide you go play some defense.
If I would have been in that same spot, full transparency, I would have gone score right there.
Just taking the touchdown?
Just because you think about all the things as a coach.
That can go wrong.
And it's a real thing because those are fireable. If you decide to take a Burrow-y type knee in the very next play, it's a fumble.
A fumbled snap.
Or a fumbled snap, or the ball gets knocked out, like, or for some reason you take a negative play on the next one that you attempt. It gets dicey in a hurry.
Back to your question, though. Can I give you, like, he went for it here when he shouldn't have or whatever? No. But, again, we've all been laughing about it out here. Game management should be running the football tomorrow, and none of us are sure he's going to do it.
Yeah, game plan stuff, absolutely. That's where I don't know if I trust Sean.
They're two different things, though.
Yes.
And I agree with what you're saying.
But
there's play calling, and then there's, like, real big picture clock management.
Timeout management, et cetera. Yes, and I think Sean's elite at that stuff. I think he's one of the best in the entire NFL. Again, we go back to the game plan stuff. Do you trust him to run the football?
No.
Do you?
I don't even got to think about it.
No,
why would I say yes?
It's true. I mean, it's clear.
It's
Dobbins made you feel like there was a chance.
Well, because I think he trusted Dobbins. I think the first toss play wide that cost him 3 yards and doesn't allow him to get into what he thought was some sexy pass play, he ain't running it again. Do you? Not with R.J. Harvey.
No, and R.J. Harvey has struggled running the ball outside the tackles.
Which is crazy because you think with what he's built to do, that would be the thing.
Yeah, exactly. But he clearly, like, if he has less to think about on a given play, R.J. Harvey is better. And I think when he runs in an inside gap, he's got less to think about on a play.
Yeah, because it's just go forward and, you know. Look, man, I hope he'll give Jaleel McLaughlin a chance. I really do. Now, you know, it's going to be up to Jaleel. Don't go fumbling.
Right.
Don't go losing yardage. Don't go anything that you haven't done yet. But I am torn between do I believe Sean will do it and how hard do I want to be on this guy if he doesn't stick with it. If both these backs are not proven.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, this run game has not been good.
Like okay, Mike, how about this? As a coach, you know you need to run it, but at what point do you got to pull the chute? Do you give it a half? Can't give it just a quarter, right? You may only have a couple drives in a quarter depending on who gets ball first.
I've always thought it's about the blend, though. It's about the complementary blend of run and pass and not to abandon either or too quickly. And a lot of times if you're finding that balance as a play caller with a blend of run and pass, you end up almost sometimes stumbling into a run that you really like. And that's what Leggy said is Sean Payton hasn't shown much of an ability to continue to punch the bruise if he's got a run that's cooked up pretty good.
He's never been a punch the bruise. You and I have talked about it in private and on the air. He never does that. It's wild.
So I think the blend is ultimately what gives the Broncos the best shot tomorrow, and almost a stick-to-itiveness that Sean, I believe Sean's going to display that tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be we're going to run the ball 7 of the first 10 snaps.
Sure.
It's that you're going to run the football in at least once in every inherited possession of the first 5.
Exactly. No, and again, I think to Andy's point, and it's a valid concern, is like first, third, and long that he faces, is it just, okay, well, I don't trust my run game anymore. Okay, let's just go back to substitute any kind of, turn around and hand the football off kind of philosophy for, all right, we'll just go back to, all right, Bo Nix's going to complete a throw 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and we hope that this turns into something right here. But who knows? Maybe it does turn into something. Maybe tomorrow is finally the game this year where Marvin Mims catches a ball directly at the line of scrimmage and turns upfield and goes for 41 yards.
I like Marvin Mims tomorrow.
I do too.
Leggy brought up a scheme.
He should be he should be a matchup problem for them tomorrow.
Yeah, hearing Leggy talk about pin and pull, which is typically there are certain defenses that running pin and pull, which really it's a down block from a tight end, potentially a down block. It's been from Pat Bryant. He's been the down block on a defensive end.
Yep.
And then he pull the tackle. It might be a down block from the guard. He pull the center. If you play against certain defenses like a Mike McDonald from the Seahawks that junk everything up and there's moving parts, that scheme leads to a lot of tackles for loss. But against this defense for the Bills that have struggled with all forms of perimeter runs, I think that is a good way to get edge players involved. RJ Harvey hasn't been great on outside zone, which is just zone blocking outside, the Shanahan staple, Terrell Davis, but he has been really good on pin and pull. The toss crack plays. Marvin Mims, that's a great way to get a receiver touches in the run game, is using pin and pull. It's not in between the tackles. It's usually a pretty simple read. And then you know who else is really good on pin and pull is Bo Nix.
Yep.
The quarterback version of pin and pull that the Broncos ran, which really I thought put the staple or put the exclamation point in the come from behind victory against the Giants. That was pin and pull with Bo Nix.
Well, to that point, Shaq Thompson was a little bit banged up coming into this game, so take advantage of that if you are Denver. Jackson's Lodo, the drawing is at 5:45 for Broncos Bills tickets. Jam-packed in here, but get down, get a cold beer. Bartenders are working hard. Have yourself a Bud Light. Get a pitcher of Bud Light on a Bud Light Football Friday. It's the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into divisional weekend. Oh, what a weekend of football it will be. And, of course, you can listen to all of it here on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in for Texans Patriots on Altitude 92.5 Sunday. Coverage starting at 2 o'clock. Westwood One's coverage of the NFL lives on Altitude Sports Radio. Bills Mafia and Broncos Country all together here at Jackson's Lodo. Kreckman and Lindahl with Mike Sanford on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. A deucer, a pair of tickets for tomorrow's game still available. Sign up to win with our friends at Bud Light. We'll announce a winner at 5:45. Guys, don't forget tomorrow, starting at noon right here on Altitude Sports Radio, best pregame show in the city. Andy Lindahl, Mike Sanford going to be live at number 38, taking you right up to kickoff. So stop by, grab a dew and a brew. That's a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer. And watch the game with Andy Lindahl out at number 38 tomorrow. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino. Again, that starts at noon tomorrow. And then Andy's got the watch party, all brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what should people be doing for dinner on a Friday night?
Well, you should celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's. On Fridays only, get a large, thin crust, cheese, sausage, or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. The Broncos have elevated 2 players from their practice squad, tight end Caleb Lohner and wide receiver Elijah Moore.
More Lohner is what it sounds like for the Broncos. Elijah Moore, the veteran. Caleb Lohner, the really, really tall tight end who has not taken an NFL snap, have both been elevated from the practice squad. Andy, what's going on right here? Does Sean Payton got something up his sleeve, or is this merely a bit of Friday afternoon subterfuge, and he's trying to make the Bills have to think about a really tall guy in the red zone?
Well, hey, we probably shouldn't sleep on Elijah Moore. Again, I think we're also thrown off by the Caleb Lohner thing coming out of nowhere, right? That I didn't really hear the name Elijah Moore as much as I should have. That is a veteran receiver, a former second-round draft pick, I believe, and a guy that maybe, I don't know, and there's a world next year where we're talking about a dude trying to battle for the number 2.
Yep.
So that's intriguing as well. But look, Jeff
Michael Bandy scored a touchdown this year. Sean Payton's not shy about throwing guys out there.
He's got an idea what he's going to do with you. He may decide to do some with you. Leggy's saying that he does think, again, that Lohner could be Caleb Lohner, the rookie they drafted, the former basketball player, 7th-round pick, could be some sort of red zone threat. Hey, I'm all for it.
Yep.
Hey, who was Elijah Moore waived by?
A bunch of people.
Upon joining the Denver Broncos in 2025, November of 2025.
It was Buffalo, right?
It was the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
When the Buffalo Bills added Brandon Cooks, Elijah Moore was the guy. Is this another Sean Payton, us against the world, chip on the shoulder type of an example for a player that he might create something for?
King of the chip, man. He's good at it. Sean Payton knows how to push the buttons on his roster. Maybe a motivated Elijah Moore has a catch for like 8 yards.
I mean, he had 9 catches this season for Buffalo for 112 yards. Pretty good average.
Doesn't that make him like their second most productive wide receiver this season? That's what's funny. Like Curtis Samuel's getting a uniform, and I looked it up, and he has 7 catches all year long. It's like, well, they got to have somebody go play it. Yeah, let's talk about Curtis Samuel and what the Bills are up to, Spring.
High five. Yeah, Curtis Samuel activated off of IR by Buffalo, as was defensive tackle Ed Oliver.
Ed Oliver is the one that I think has got the greatest impact on this football game. Ed Oliver he's a monster, and he could potentially be something that could help what ails the Bills more than anything else. The fact that they cannot stop the run gets them a lot better down in the trenches. And again, some of the stuff that I'm reading out of Buffalo this week is the perspective of we like our front four more than everybody else seems to like our front four right now.
What's the problem? Seriously, what is the problem? Why this defensive front
can't stop the run?
Why?
Yeah.
And that is a schematic issue?
Well,
because
but again, Leggy had the stats that say it's the edge. You got to test the edge.
Yeah.
It's not up the middle stuff. It's the outside. Again,
when you watch the Bills against the Jaguars, they're really active defensively. Milano is he is an active linebacker. It's all over the field. Rousseau's a really active edge player.
Yep.
Bosa, obviously, he still has a little something in the tank.
Also led the NFL in forced fumbles this year.
But they look light.
Yeah.
Do they not? It's as big as that offensive line is for Buffalo. Their defensive front, particularly the edges, doesn't. They kind of look like linebacker body types.
Right.
Here's what makes me nervous, and Nate and I covered a few of these Bronco teams. Sometimes they're just teams, and Mike, you probably know from your experience, there's just teams that, again, Buffalo cannot change any of their past narrative by doing anything in the regular season. Everything's about the playoffs. Everything's about winning in the playoffs, getting past winning a road game. They got that narrative off the platter now, right? Can they go win the big one? Can you take advantage with these otherworldly quarterbacks out? All that stuff. Sometimes I worry. I don't want to call it bored, but I think Buffalo's a team like the Patriots, like the Chiefs. They know when it's time to turn it on.
Yeah.
And they may be just deciding to turn it on now. I don't know. We'll see tomorrow. Hopefully, look, I hope the reputation plays out and they are easy to run against because the Broncos need it.
Pretty cool right now on the NFL Network that's here at Jackson's Lodo. Adam Rank, who was on our program earlier, just revealed his game pick of 23-20 on NFL Network.
Boom.
Yeah,
pretty neat.
Taking Denver all day long. That's why he's a friend of the program. Spring, what's going on in the other AFC matchup?
High five.
We have 2 star players, one for each team, who suffered a concussion last week. One will play, one will not. For the Patriots, cornerback Christian Gonzalez will play, coming off of his concussion against the Chargers. And Nico Collins, wide receiver for the Texans, will not play in this game after his concussion against the Steelers.
Sandman, what happened to C.J. Stroud against Pittsburgh the other night? Was that just a stinker he had to get out of the way in the postseason, or is there something else at play right now with him? Because not having Nico Collins is not going to help him.
No, I don't love the chances of C.J. Stroud in the offense to find a way to win a game in Foxborough.
Yeah.
I mean, that game was won solely by the Texans' defense.
Sure was.
And Aaron Rodgers' inability to elude any type of pass rush whatsoever. The reality right now of C.J. Stroud is none of it has been really that good, yet somehow, some way, he's in his 3rd year of winning at least a playoff game, which is pretty impressive. I don't know, but none of the performances have been that good.
Yeah, I just can't get over how inaccurate he is. He was very good his rookie year. Man,
and was really accurate.
And he was throwing passes the other day to the sideline against the Steelers, and I'm like, where is that ball going?
Yeah.
Trey Lance says hello. What the hell are you doing? It's just insane.
So recently on Pro Football Focus, I went through this list of the top-rated offensive line units in the National Football League. The 27th unit is the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
That might have something to do with C.J. Stroud. He looks like he looks like a broken quarterback. And when you get hit with the frequency that he's been hit, that doesn't bode well for your overall confidence.
Do you have that PFF ranking up right now?
The number 1 offensive line unit in pro football is
Broncos?
The Denver Broncos.
Where do the Bills rank? They're high, right?
They are not as high as you'd think, but they're still in the top 10. They're the number 6 ranked offensive line. The thing that was interesting, a year ago, Josh Allen was sacked regular season 4 times. This season, that number spiked all the way up to 17.
Guys, I really think and good thing the Broncos are really good here. This has got to be a big Zach Allen and JFM game, if for no other reason than Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown on the outside. They have 2 really good tackles. Does the Buffalo Bills. So, and Josh Allen can play the quick game and get the ball out in a hurry. So maybe some of the effect of Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper gets neutralized a little bit. But again, you can beat that by getting a good push up the middle. Spring.
High five.
All right, Seahawks-Niners Saturday night for Seattle. Sam Darnold has tweaked his oblique today. Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald opened his media availability talking about Sam's injury.
Sure, we're interested on all our injury situation. So, talking about Sam, heard what he said yesterday to you guys. That's I see it the same way. So we're listing him as questionable. Really optimistic he's going to be able to play. And right now we're going through all the protocol. One out of caution to make sure we're ready to go. And we'll test it out tomorrow to kind of make the final decision. But we're optimistic he's going to play. And if he doesn't, or at some point he doesn't, then Drew's ready to go, and that's why Drew's here. He's doing a great job. So
Good luck with all
Yeah,
that, Mike McDonald.
that's why Drew's here.
That's rope-a-dope, by the way. Sam Darnold's playing.
He's playing.
Yeah, does he make it through the game is a bigger question.
Right, but
well, the oblique is more of a nagging type of injury.
Yeah, but if you take a good shot.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing it's more from it's like an overuse situation.
So it's going to hurt more when he's throwing than necessarily
that's
a
been
contact injury.
Yeah, that's been my experience with it. Yeah, you shoot it up. Yeah, you break it up. No doubt.
He'll be fine.
He's playing.
Yeah, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, and Sunday evening / night football, the Bears host the Rams. Here's one forecast for kickoff in Chicago. 19 degrees, wind gusts of 20 miles per hour, and a 45% chance of snow. Today, Sean McVay was asked, how bundled up are you going to be on the sideline?
You have to ask Brendan Berger about that, you know.
I mean, you don't know. Are you going to be layered up? Are you going to have a beanie?
I'm going shirtless, Gary. No, you know what? I will say this. Matthew, since he got here, he introduced me to the wetsuit stuff, so I'll wear that. Maybe I'll have a heated vest. You know, I've had some guys that have had that, so here's what I do know. I can't think about too many things. I trust whatever Brendan Berger's got ready for me. I'm going to actually get with him after we get done with practice today. He'll show me everything that he's got. Usually it's a thumbs up, and so it's not going to – hey, listen, I don't give a crap about me being warm or cold. That doesn't matter at all. It's about our players, but Berg takes good care of me.
Tell you what, Valor Christian did not supply Mike Sanford with a heated vest earlier this year in a
squall
deluge of a night down at Pine Creek.
I think
the coldest August night I've ever experienced.
More rain in your opening game than we've had all of the fall.
Basically. It was
October, November, December did not see as much moisture.
All of the moisture that we haven't gotten this
did.
winter was blown that one August night.
It was all used right over, what was that, Section 28, was it 26 Stadium down in Colorado Springs? I can't remember. It's like District 26
District
Stadium.
26,
there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounded like something out of the Hunger
But
Games.
it all just hovered right over
there.
that stadium. And we drove home. It was dry everywhere else. It made no sense. You know what I liked about Sean McVay right there? He channeled his inner Jim or his John Gruden right there. I don't really care about what they do. It's not about me. It's about the players.
No, he's a lot more worried about Matt Stafford, who's played his entire life either indoors or in Southern California, having to play a playoff game in 0-degree weather. That's what he's worried about.
Hey, I seriously wonder about this because I know everybody loves to go tough guy. As a coach, would you be telling your players, let's not over tough guy it out there? You know, we got a championship game to play. I don't need to see everybody shirtless for no reason. You know what I mean?
We played a negative 39-degree wind chill, Boise State versus Rocky Long, San Diego State. Ooh. And it's a Boise State tradition that everybody comes out for early warm-ups with no shirt on.
Right.
We had guys like suffering
hypothermia.
Yeah, like actual their skin was freeze burning. The San Diego State team, they come out bundled up, look at us, laugh, and then they just drilled us in the mouth for the first 2 quarters. So it had no positive impact.
Is that the
on our
Donnell
team.
Pumphrey Aztecs?
I think it was
Rashad Penny.
It was 2014. I think it was Rashad Penny.
Okay, yeah, that dude could tote the rock.
Yeah, that guy ain't fun to cover.
It was more about that defense, man. Rocky Long. You know, Rocky Long just got hired as a high school football coach in Colorado.
Did he really?
Bayview High School down near Durango.
No kidding.
Rocky Long, head football coach. I want to get him on the schedule.
Seriously.
But I don't because I hate facing his scheme.
You don't want to go up against that defense.
Gosh, it's the worst.
All right, I'm digging into this. That's a scoop for you right there.
Good scoop.
Yeah.
Daniel Mormon brought the heat on that one.
How are there not, seriously, legitimately, how are there not more NFL teams that are like, let me get Rocky Long in here? That dude is brilliant. Wow. Good stuff right there from the Sandman. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Broncos-Bills drinking game. Coming up here on the other side. You want to tip a few Bud Lights during the game tomorrow? We got drinking game props for you when you come back. It's a Nance and Romo affair, so you know it's going to get nutty.
That alone will get you lubed up.
That alone will have you buzzed. Get back when we return. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show live at Jackson's on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Oh, it's a Friday before a Bronco game. It's a Friday before a Bronco playoff game. Denver looking for revenge against the big bad Buffalo Bills. Fell 31-7 last year in Orchard Park. This year, an opportunity for Denver to exact revenge. And that's a perfect opportunity for you to have a couple of drinks during the game tomorrow. As always, drink responsibly, but have yourself a few cold Bud Lights. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. It is time for your Broncos-Bills drinking game on a Friday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. A couple of notes to hit here before we start, guys. CBS tomorrow, 2:30. Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson, your standard number one CBS crew, which does mean we're going to get a lot of Tony Romo noises. We're going to get Jim Nance yelling about the Broncos. We're going to have Nance's clear annoyance with Tony Romo during this game.
Does Nance just break at any point?
Just
maybe
snap
AFC
on it
Championship
finally.
and he just cracks. He goes, you know what, Toby, just shut up. Just shut up. I've heard enough of it. Just stop making noises. If you've got no full sentence to contribute, I don't want to hear it.
We know the shtick, Tony. We get it.
You know, it'd be fun to have those two on Celebrity Deathmatch from back in the day from MTV. Remember the claymation wrestling?
Oh, that was
one?
such a good program.
That would be a lot of fun. By the way, we have the Bills and the Broncos fans going back and forth with each other here in the bar. It's been a lot of fun. Great atmosphere.
Yes, we got the Capulets and the Montagues are chanting at each other right now inside Jackson's Lodo.
Some West Side Story vibes happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. Good fan rivalry going on right here. Plus, I think everyone's trying to outdrink each other, which I appreciate. Hopefully, all these people are going to the Avs game tonight. All right, let's do this thing. It is
Ubers.
Time. Yes.
I was thinking the same.
Exactly, yes. Walk to Ball Arena from Jackson's. Let's fire it up. Spring, you ready for this thing? Broncos,
Come on, let's go
Bills.
drink till we can't feel feelings anymore.
That's right. It's time to fire this thing up. Let's start here. Got a couple of broadcasting props here. Any mention of Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow not being in the playoffs, you have to drink.
Yep.
By the way, and I gave the stat earlier, since 2020, Bills are 8-0 in the postseason against any team without Mahomes or Joe Burrow.
Tell you what, if that one comes out early, just your normal drink.
Yep.
If somehow that thing's not released until like late in the fourth quarter, whole drink.
Yeah, just pound
it's
it.
Celebration.
Is it a first half, second half
Dude,
split?
it's like usually the first drive that they got the ball we hear about
They'll
that.
throw it in there. Matt Prater. If Matt Prater is referred to as a former Bronco,
do you think they remember?
You have to drink.
Remember, he was, what was he, 2013, 2014,
Yeah.
something like that?
Yeah.
It has been a long time since he's been a Denver Bronco. Now,
What's
Nance
so
is a
fun-
pro, so I bet she drops it.
He's a pro, and also Prater was the hero of Tebow Mania.
You're right.
Which,
You're right. Good
like,
call.
Prater got a lot of national love for that. Like, I'm not anticipating them to drop any info about, like, a La Quinta Inn or anything else
Sure.
like that. But
Young lady from a certain establishment.
But we'll get former Bronco
Yeah.
for sure. Shout out to Matt Prater.
She's got a lot of autographed memorabilia.
If the broadcast should say that the Bills have struggled to stop the run, you have to drink. If the broadcast should say the Bills are thin at wide receiver, you have to drink.
Hold on. If the broadcast says the Bills have to or struggle to stop the run, but then they don't, you really got to drink.
Then you just smack
'Cause then
your
we've
head
got-
against
we've
the
got
wall.
a problem.
If the broadcast points out Bo Nix is better in the fourth quarter, you have to drink.
Yeah.
It's Romo's favorite Bo Nix talking point. He's going to hammer it, and you know it. All right, guys, lock in for this one.
Need it.
If Jim Nance pauses for a beat between the words Josh and Allen, drink.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
Thank you, BJ.
How does it all sound the same?
I don't know why everyone does it. I don't know what it is about
It's
that
weird
name.
because I'm a Josh Allen guy. I like to shut into the ah.
They naturally
I
blend
just went
together.
Romo, didn't I?
You really did.
I did. I Romo'd right there.
Hey,
Take
man.
a drink. Hey,
Dude,
out there here
yet
in
again,
Jackson. Go
Friday
ahead.
show and you're getting HR called. What are we doing?
He should. He
Into the
should.
air.
If the Broncos and Bo Nix should happen to hit a deep shot on the opening drive of this game, take a drink.
2nd and 4. There's Nix going for the long ball. He's got a step on him. And the Broncos strike early with the touchdown to Franklin from 43 yards out. The Broncos. The Broncos. The Broncos.
The Broncos.
Yours is unreal, Andy.
The Andy one is
it's
so
better.
elite.
It is so good.
It is.
And it's got no background noise,
No
too,
background.
which makes it so pure.
No
It's
emotion
clean.
of a game to ride off of.
Yeah, it's not the bootleg. That's a fine studio recording right there.
Does Jim Nantz understand the magnitude of that call?
We invited him on to educate him that he was
What's your
Kreckman
guess?
and
Do you think he
Lindahl Drop of the Year
knows
winner.
that it was legitimate?
No, right now he is in a hotel somewhere in Denver ordering burnt toast. That's what Jim Nantz is doing right now.
You realize that emotion in part was he was just happy they had a score.
Right.
You know they weren't. They were worried about. They ultimately got the game they were worried about. Let's be honest.
Vance
I think
Jackson.
he was just happy there was life.
Vance Joseph, I should say.
Vance, good
I like
old
the
Vance
V.
Jackson.
No, did he say Vance Joseph? E-V, not
Did you-
E-P-H.
Did you miss him calling him Vance Jackson?
I did hear that.
So again, anytime Jim Nantz yells Broncos, drink. I hope he yells Broncos.
The Broncos!
Well, it's going to be up to them.
And of course with Tony Romo, drink when you hear Tony Romo noises.
Never touched the ground. That's a catch.
Yeah, see, there it is. There it is.
Shut up. Just shut up.
Stop making noises.
Just shut up.
You're like my 3-year-old in the back.
Nantz is going to lose it someday.
He's out. Maybe he's in.
I know a lot about football.
Nantz is going to go just full Bill O'Reilly screaming at somebody behind the camera.
Tony had a tough week last week.
He did.
Oh, he had a really
He had to account for it, apparently, too.
Yeah, he didn't do well. He needs to just prep for the broadcast, my guy. Just prep for the broadcast. I think he tries to cover up his lack of preparation with, like, weird energy.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is huge, Jim.
You don't say. You don't say a playoff game is huge. If it says
That is hilarious.
run it on Sean Payton's play sheet and it's legible on television, you have to drink.
I'll make a note on the sheet, run it. It's important.
It is.
That was from today.
Yeah.
Or yesterday.
That was yesterday.
How about that?
That tone of voice tells me just how important it is.
So
too, by the way.
basically, you're drinking. It's already
Yeah.
guaranteed.
Yeah, because what he just said right there basically is I'll write it on a Post-it, it'll blow away in the wind, and I'll forget about it.
Do they refer to getting misled by him a year ago?
Oh, that's right.
Remember, they were the playoff crew that couldn't. Oh, they're going to run it. It's going to be a big
Yeah.
bidet game.
Nope, didn't
No,
run.
it didn't.
No, they
Never
didn't run.
mind.
Nope. If you see any Wyoming gear in the crowd, drink. Drink at the sight of brown and gold tomorrow. I also there are Wyoming fans wandering around this place as well.
Should we amend that and add any throwback shots of Josh Allen in a Wyoming jersey on the broadcast?
Josh Allen.
You know what they're going to point out? They're going to say, this altitude is no big deal to Josh Allen. He played at 72.20.
Wow.
In fact, Denver.
All right.
Basically sea level compared to Laramie.
Good for you, bud.
Do we get any stories about how the Broncos passed on Josh Allen?
Josh Allen.
See, you shake head. I feel like that they've lost that narrative. They don't seem to care.
No.
He spanked him so many times in the regular season. I feel like they don't bring it up anymore.
Bill's tush push, you have to drink.
Right?
If Josh Allen turns it over in a playoff game for the first time since 2022.
That's a celebratory drink.
Josh Allen?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of tush push, if there's a 10-yard tush push, finish your drink. If there's
another one.
If there's a 10-yard tush push, the Broncos aren't winning. Let's get some Bo Nix props in there. Overthrow, drink. Anytime Bo Nix completes a pass behind the line of scrimmage, drink.
Now, see that one.
It
feels like we're a little irresponsible with that one. That one is that's like your water.
Yeah.
That's your change-up drink. That's your palate cleanser.
I don't feel so good.
Bo Nix turfs it with a pass rush in his face, drink.
Brutal.
Yeah. Bo Nix runs for a first down, drink.
That's a good drink.
Yeah.
Tasty beverage.
Makes some plays here this week.
Good.
Cortland Sutton, first down catch, drink.
Those have not been as plentiful as I thought in the last, 6 weeks.
Yeah, Chiefs-Chargers games kind of ruined everything for everybody, didn't they? Troy Franklin, we mentioned you hitting the deep shot earlier. Troy Franklin drops a pass, you have to drink.
Yeah.
I'm drunk.
He's been doing a little too much of that lately. Nick Bonito, sack, drink. PS2, PBU, pass broken up by Patrick Surtain. Drink. All right, I swear to God on this one, I'm not trying to put bad mojo out there. By the way, I heard what you said about James Cook earlier today. That is some football coach stuff if I've ever heard it.
Give it to me.
You wished an ankle injury on James Cook.
Just a medial, not a high.
See, that's the reason why you're willing to do that is because you have been fired as a football coach 17 times.
He's had money. He's lost income.
Technically, I've been fired twice. Myself. I've been part of a staff.
You've been part of the
Staff
purge.
removal.
That got fired once. And then I also got fired once myself. And then by day's end, talked myself back into the job.
You know that whole thing where like people are like, oh, I shouldn't wish injuries upon anybody. It's bad
Not
karma.
coaches.
You know football coaches are just like, I really need that guy to tear an ACL so I can keep my job.
Well,
Is it like bones?
yeah.
Coach Mike Sanford fired tomorrow. Drink.
Yeah.
Well.
So I put this one in there. But we've seen it happen so often. If Joey Bosa gets shaken up and has to leave the field, drink. That guy gets hurt all the time against the Broncos.
That isn't karma. That's called a trend.
Yes. That's all. I'm just looking at the likelihood that Joey Bosa gets banged up in this game, which he always does against Denver. Or he just flat out misses games against Denver. Quite frankly, I've been amazed at how healthy he's been this year.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Sure.
And finally,
I got one to add when you're done.
okay, Will Lutz game-winning field goal. Finish your drink. Crack another one. Crack a third one after that because you know it's a fourth quarter game. You know you're going to have to win on the right foot of Will Lutz. Will Lutz game-winning field goal. Finish your drink.
We're going streaking.
And if we get the Haley Steinfeld dabbing picture along with the Wolfson report,
Oh, Tracy Wolfson's on that scoop.
that's going to have to be a whole drink.
Yeah, she's all over that scoop.
So, but again, it
Yeah.
has to be the picture married with a Wolfson sideline report of which she's already tweeted about.
As Luca Evans would say, it's been aggregated.
Good call.
I saw it all over the place today.
Evan.
Any mention of Evan on the broadcast, hammer a fifth.
Like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right.
Does that come out? Does that get mixed in somehow?
Are they going to illustrate that as just like, yeah, see, Sean Payton's tight going into this game, picking on the local media.
Sean's done a great
They
job.
had to bring it up. Yeah, see, I like that. Huh?
Sean's done a great job.
One more time, Spring.
Sean's done a great job.
He really has. That's how he feels about it.
Jimmy is pretty sweet on you.
Sean, what do you think? Sean Payton, future Hall of Famer?
Sean's done a great job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Why are the Broncos going to the AFC Championship game? Because?
Sean's done a great job.
He sure has. Yeah. Enjoy it tomorrow, everybody. Drink responsibly. Bud Light Football Friday. Quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap things up. Final score predictions on this game. Broncos-Bills tomorrow. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Mike Sanford. Live at Jackson's Lodo, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Congratulations, Eric Lee. Eric won himself a pair of tickets for Broncos Bills tomorrow. We've been out here at Jackson's Lodo all day long. Bills Mafia is in the house.
Wave to Twitch.
Denver Bills backers are here. Ton of Broncos fans are here as well. So who knew who these tickets were going to? But Bud Light drew the winner, and it was Eric Lee, Bronco fan. So there you go. We added a little bit of noise for Josh Allen and company to have to deal with tomorrow. Way to go, Eric. Well done. And thanks to Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. By the way, the Bills backers are out here at Jackson's. In the break, we were chatting with Mark, who is the president of the local Bills backers club, and he wanted us to make a public service announcement for Bills fans.
Yes.
And I think it's kind of funny. So we want to throw this out there.
We're really doing this.
Drink water, Bills fans.
Yeah, they need to.
That was his suggestion.
Drink some water.
Hydrate.
Yes. You got a long night.
Otherwise, you rubes aren't going to make it to the game tomorrow. So
we're happy with Mark.
That's so good.
By the way, the other thing that's kind of funny, one of our Twitchers is here, and he's telling the rest of Twitch, I really want to hate these people, but it's hard.
They're a pretty good time.
Bills Mafia has been very, very fun to be around this afternoon.
We've had a great atmosphere out here. Spirits are high. I don't know.
And everyone's being cool. How often do you say that?
Exactly. Like maybe tomorrow after the game of the parking
lot.
Yeah,
probably be a little bit different.
Could be slightly more hostile, but for right now, everybody's in a good mood and having a great time on a Bud Light Football Friday.
If you're a Bronco fan, though, you kind of, like, there's no history really here, right? I don't think anybody thought they'd win the game last year, so I'm not holding on to any angst from a year ago. You were just happy that you changed the karma, right?
Yeah.
So if you were to lose to the Bills, I much rather would lose to the Bills than the Patriots or, I guess nothing Houston too. Cannot handle losing to the Niners again, I can tell you that.
Yeah, you don't want to lose to anybody. Let's
but if you had to.
The old Sophie's choice of who you have to lose to. Maybe these Bills people aren't so bad, but you know what? The Broncos aren't going to lose this game. Saturday tomorrow, that's tomorrow, 2:30. By the way, Andy and Sanford, they're going to be out at number 38 tomorrow. Brought to you by Lombardi. You guys are doing the show starting at noon. We'll be live on the air here on 92.5, so make sure you tune in, get your pregame coverage, and then go to the game or get to wherever you're watching the game tomorrow. But we'll have pregame tomorrow from noon to 2:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Andy and Sandman.
Are you going to jump in?
Did you
get that memo yet?
I am contractually obligated to join.
So Nate Kreckman will be along at some point.
At some point, we'll rehash
it.
Was
it
actually written in your contract, though, Nathan?
Technically, yeah.
I believe I'm contractually obligated to do something when Kevin Shockey tells me to do it. Yeah.
There's requests, and then there's rhetorical requests.
Do the thing.
Yeah.
So.
Kind of how you and I got the show to begin with. Hey, you wanna? I don't feel as though I could say no.
And yet I have to.
Yes. So here we are.
All right, guys. It's time for game picks. Okay, Sandman, I know you gave one out on Morning Sprint earlier today. It's up to you if you want to stick with your initial prediction or if you want to go in another direction. But I tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and call on myself first. For a game prediction right here, okay? I have a very specific vision of how the Broncos are going to win this game. And I believe Denver is going to have to get it done by having a willingness to take the 3 points when it is there, a commitment to running the football and trying to control the clock and keep Josh Allen off the field. Who's that?
Josh Allen.
Which they're going to have to do. And they're going to have to turn Josh over a couple of times to get this victory. I think they can do all of those things. The Broncos defense is going to bring this thing home. But in the end, it may get a bit fortuitous because Matt Prater is going to line up to win the game from 43 yards out with 2 seconds remaining on the clock.
Have some flashbacks.
And he's going to miss. Matt Prater, with his quad injury and his calf injury, will miss the final kick of the game. Final score, Broncos 19, Bills 17.
Whoa.
Denver to the AFC Championship.
The Broncos! Add some color. Matt, as he lines up towards the south stands, starts having a little bit of a flashback to a cold day against the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, he turfed
when he
that
could have
thing.
extended the lead at the half, and
Yeah.
Gary Kubiak believed in him, and instead he spiked the old foot into the ground, missed the kick, and the Broncos don't add on to their lead in a game that would become known as the Flacco Fling and would cost Peyton Manning a glorious first year in Denver.
So losing in the divisional round in 2012, that past history will come back to haunt not the orange and blue, but Matt Prater.
That's right.
And it won't just be that memory. It'll be 6'7" tight end
Caleb Lohner.
Jumping up the middle in what is not a leveraging situation.
None whatsoever.
No leverage. No leverage. For the love of God, no leverage. Broncos win 19-17 on to the AFC Championship. Denver, mark it down. There it is.
Darren Rizzi, named head football coach of the Las Vegas Raiders.
I got Broncos 21, Bills 17.
21-17.
With
Let's go inside the score prediction, Andy. Tell me how it goes.
2 magical touchdown drives led by one Beauregard Nix in the fourth quarter to come from behind and break the hearts of all of Buffalo.
That was the same score as the Eagles game. 21-17. He
What
can
do
do
you
the
think
same
of that?
thing to
What do
him.
you think of that? And
Haunt.
everybody is going to be wearing Bo Leaf shirts all next week.
Fourth quarter comeback, Bo Nix, 21-17.
John
Denver
Elway
wins.
gets called to flip the coin in the AFC Championship,
Ooh, that'd be a good story.
but he's still in that palatial cabin of his in Boise that he filmed the documentary in, so he declines. Nah, he'd still be here.
Okay.
I think he'd show up.
Are Sean Payton and John Cooper there? Okay. All right, and finally, Sandman, what do you got in this game?
Sean Payton, Bo Nix, silent the national critics. The offense is not going to be the reason that the Broncos win, is what they say. But instead, Sean dials up 4 offensive touchdown drives behind Bo Nix.
Wow.
In the game-winning drive for 7, down 24-21. Bo and Sean cook up something special. And with time expiring, go up 28-24.
Wow, you're really going, all right.
And then Sean Payton at his post-game press conference, he tells everybody that Sean has done a good job.
Yeah.
Sean's done a great job.
Yes.
There it is.
That he
does.
has. He's done a wonderful job. Okay, so everyone's on Denver. Sandman's got the over. Andy and I are both on the under in this game. We both like the lower scoring, windy, cold day out at Empower Field at Mile High. Broncos to get this thing 19-17, 21-17, 28-24. Everybody is on the close game. Eat your Tums, your Maalox, whatever you need to tomorrow. This is going to be a stressful affair between the Broncos and the Bills at 2:30. Real quick, who does Denver get in the AFC Championship game? Sandman?
Patriots.
Andy?
You know, man, I'm going to do this. Look, the strength of my prediction actually comes off of Broncos defense. I think the 2 best defenses will meet in Denver. That's Houston and Denver coming up in a week. I know you don't like the chances up there. I can understand it. But I've seen it with my own eyes, and so have you, where the Broncos' last Super Bowl came because they had the baddest A defense going, and I think both those teams do.
Yeah, I think that's the 2 best units, along with Seattle's defense, that are left in the entire playoffs right now. I think the 3 best units are all defenses.
NFC Championship game is going to be?
I'm going to take Seattle and the Bears.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Not Bears.
I'm going to take Chicago on the weather advantage. I'm not going to trust Stafford outside in the cold. The funny part about it is the Rams should be equipped to be able to win that way because they can really run the football. But guess who else can? The Chicago Bears with DeAndre Swift and Kyle Manangai. So I got the Bears winning that game.
You know what I'm going to go? I'm going to go Niners-Bears. Let's go old school. Let's
like
flash
it.
back to the 80s.
There you go.
Let's get Joe Montana. Well, I guess that was the Giants that killed him, wasn't it? Remember when it was Marshall Marshall, the D tackle, came and just crushed Montana from behind.
Oh, yeah.
He was like mid-throw, and Marshall just destroyed him. Pretty sure in a hit that would have been illegal today.
Thanks to everybody out here at Jackson's Loto. Thanks to Bud Light. We had a great time out here today. This one was a lot of fun. Guys, enjoy the game tomorrow. You got your team in a playoff game, your team with the number 1 seed, your team with a home playoff game. More than anything, embrace it. Have fun. It was a rough decade of Broncos football. This franchise is back, so let's enjoy it all. Coming up tomorrow. Don't forget tomorrow at noon, number 38. Hang out with Andy and Sandman. Watch the game there with Andy, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
We'll have some prizes to give away, too.
Prize giveaways as well. Thanks again to Jeff Legwald. Thanks to Adam Rank. Thanks to Bud Light. Thanks to Dixon and our great promotional staff out here at Jackson's. You guys have done a wonderful job here today. Mark Springer back at the shop. For Mike Sanford and Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Have a great weekend, everybody. Pregame, Avs and Predators with Berto coming up at 6:30. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. Enjoy it, everyone. We'll see you.